According to the clock on the clubhouse wall, it's 6:30. So I'd like to call to order the Malibu City Council regular meeting of February the 28th, 2022. This meeting is being held by teleconference due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and we appreciate everyone's patience as we navigate this Zoom meeting process. Council members and city staff are participating from remote locations, and all votes will be taken by roll call. Members of the public can participate in the meeting or watch it by going to malibucity.org/virtual meeting. At this screen, you can click on the tab to either just watch the meeting or to sign up to speak on particular items. Those who wish to speak during the meeting should follow the instructions at malibucity.org/virtual meeting. Please make sure you visit malibucity.org/virtual meeting early to sign up to speak and download the Zoom application. The city clerk will call on those who have signed up to speak when the item is called, so you must be present in the Zoom meeting to be recognized. Council members, if you have comments to make during the meeting, please raise your hand electronically, and I will call on you in turn so we can make our discussion clear for the record and the public. May I have a roll call?
Councilmember Fair.
Here.
Councilmember Pearson.
Here.
Councilmember Euring.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein.
Here.
Mayor Grisanti.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, interestingly enough, may I have an approval of the agenda? Bruce, I see your hand.
Yeah, I'll move to approve the agenda, but I also like to move that we have a moment of silence for the residents of Ukraine, for their friends and family in Malibu, and also for the Russian troops who are senselessly being injured and killed to appease a dictator who's out of step with the free world. If we could do that before we start the meeting, I think that would be appropriate.
I think now is a great time for that.
I'll second that if it needs it.
Okay.
So there's a motion to approve the agenda otherwise.
Okay. Can I ask that we adjourn tonight in honor of Carol Rudkin, who was a past president of the Malibu Rotary Club, who died suddenly on Thursday of the 17th. And she ran a Rotary Club meeting the day before, and everybody thought everything was great. So, been in the community a long time. So you'll help me remember that. We'll do that as well. Okay. We have a motion to approve the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the agenda. Can we have a roll call, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein.
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson.
Yes.
Councilmember Fair.
Yes.
Councilmember Euring.
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti.
Yes.
Motion carries.
May I have a report on the posting of the agenda?
The agenda for this meeting was properly posted on February 17th, 2022, with the amended agenda posted on February 24th, 2022.
Thank you. I believe we have a ceremonial presentation on community composting programs.
Yes, we have Cecile Stewart here to give you that presentation.
Great. Oh, hi there. My name is Cecily Stewart, and I am the executive director for a nonprofit called Full Circle Compost. And we're supported throughout the Santa Monica Mountains with many of our partners. You can go to the next slide. Here's a few of our smiling faces with one of our community compost bin in our town of Topanga. You can go to the next slide. Our mission is to provide community compost plans that unite, uplift, educate people so that a solution for reversing global warming is possible. We are fully grounded in composting as a sustainable solution for our climate. You can go to the next slide. We're going to discuss just briefly in these 10 minutes, climate regeneration and the policy that supports it, our programs, educational and school outreach, and then some visions that we have for Malibu. You can go to the next slide. So what is AB 1383? I mean, it's essentially a piece of legislation that is an air quality bill. I think we all recognize that atmospheric carbon and methane is causing excessive drought, rising sea levels, heat, warming, fire, extreme heat days in our Santa Monica Mountains are up 5 degrees. I think with this group, we really don't have to talk about the problem so much, but this policy seeks to reduce methane emissions by diverting food waste from landfills. It directs each jurisdiction in California to provide organic pickup services through its local haulers. And then Full Circle Compost, our organization, along with those in our wider Los Angeles area, work with this policy to create local sustainable compost systems. They're rooted in regenerative agricultural practices, and we seek to transform organic waste, not only to divert it from landfills, but to use it as a regenerative source to create soil. You can move forward. So in your jurisdiction of Malibu, as it is in Topanga and our Santa Monica region, these are the primary waste haulers. I realize there are others, and I'm mainly commenting on residential haulers at this point. I have contacted both Waste Management and Universal Waste Systems, and all green bins will be accepting food in Malibu. Green yard waste bins are the green cans in which it should be put. Some of their suggestions are don't bag any green waste whatsoever, no plastic, no compostable bags, no compostable items. They take a long time to break down, and try not to put any bags of any kind. The two, when I've really researched and talked to them, Waste Management says all food is okay. Both vegetable and animal. Universal Waste System suggested only vegetable, no meat, dairy, or oily material can go in there. Again, I just want to comment, this is a residential approach at this point. Commercial will be to follow, but it is going to take a while. You can move along. So we are working within the LA sustainability targets to divert organics from landfill, and primarily that first metric of 75% by 2025. That's in the next 3 years. So we really need to move fast. I don't know if any of you heard about another climate report that came out today that says it's moving faster than ever, and we really need to, take action immediately. So that's what we're here to do, is to motivate and to create sustainable systems. Next slide, please. So Full Circle Compost, we're about getting the hands dirty. This is our students' hands and our hands. And it is, I just want to say that in the process of educating oneself on how to compost or how to support community compost drop-off sites and places to really engage with the soil, it's transformative. It's not only practical, it not only diverts food waste and organics from the landfill, but it really changes the person. It gets you involved with your land, and a regenerative practice regenerates the self. Next slide, please. So here's a couple of examples of things we do. We set up commercial bins. So we hold ribbon cutting ceremonies. In this one, we've diverted over 2 tons of organics in the last 9 months and generated 1 ton of soil. Next slide, please. Another example is hosting a community drop-off. So where people and the community can drop off. This is an LA compost site that we're now servicing weekly. And then we're also conducting quarterly educational outreaches so the community can come in, learn a bit more about composting, get inspired. And that's another model as well. Next slide. Here's an example of all the over 35 sites we have in the Santa Monica Mountains, stretching from actually Agoura on the other side, Topanga, Malibu, and beyond. Mostly residential sites, but several school bins. We're finding that the school sites are really helpful because once the school is set up to compost its lunch and the children are educated, the faculty is educated, you can also invite the parents to drop off there. They're going there anyway. It's a really effective a way to do community composting. Next slide, please. Here's an example of a small school site. This is a nursery school that we service and educate at. It's something that's very easy to set up, and the students really work. It's basically an outdoor classroom. Next slide. Here you see our programming and us working with the children, everyone getting in there, really experiencing. They absolutely love it. Their inspiration for gardening and farming and the microbial life that are all enriched in the soil. It really is the science of soil that they're learning. Next slide. You can kind of move through these a little quickly. These are some examples of some Topanga schools that we work with. You can keep moving on the slides. You see that the children are really working with the materials. It's a hands-on program. It's we've recently started a native nursery to replenish when we have a fire in our area. This is a virtual classroom. We teach LAUSD STEM classes twice a week to middle and elementary schoolers. We literally have them learn to compost at their desk. And it's the science of soil. It's really the water cycle. We connect them to resources throughout the wider Los Angeles area. So they really have a sense of how their food and how they grow things are connected to what they eat. Next slide, please. Additionally, we are members of the California Alliance for Community Composters. We write articles in the local papers. We host monthly sustainability calls. Mikey Pearson's been on ours quite a few times and presented. We really, I just highlight this to say that sharing and education is fundamental to this movement. It's easy to say, okay, I'll put my organics in the green bin and I won't ever see them again. Let's hope they get composted. It's a different matter entirely to learn about the soil science and to educate oneself and to work within a community environment. Next slide. So composting in Malibu, let's look at what some of the ideas we have for you guys. Last summer, we held a Goats and Compost community collaboration with Malibu Foundation, Make Life Green, and on Lotimus Farm up in Cerro Retreat. Over 75 people came. We invited families of the underserved community, and we really educated everyone on how to compost and how to grow things. And it's a really enriched environment. It creates community literally in the soil. Next slide. Another site we have right now in Malibu is Calamigos Ranch. We partnered with Saloon Coffee and Migos Dog, and of course Calamigos Ranch and Coffee Kitchen, and it's going really well. They're using all the grounds from the Saloon Coffee and all the other food. It's not total, it's not handling all of Calamigos Ranch. It's a pilot there, but it's a great start. And it really is under supporting Saloon Coffee specifically, who has lots of grounds every single day. So they're creating soil with it. They have a great big vision for growing, I think starting a coffee farm up there, which is really exciting. Next slide. So our school partners, we've been working with Malibu Elementary and Webster to just envision what it would be to install a system, a small school system, and then an educational sustainability program to work with the students and the faculty. You can move to the next slide. We're also doing that with so there's a small grant that Webster and Malibu Elementary and the Boys and Girls Club are trying to share. And so we're trying to envision a way to make it accessible for all of Malibu youth. Additionally, I would say that Webster is really crying out for some support around recycling. They don't even have a recycling program yet there. They could really use some additional support from the city and the city council. Next slide. And this is their reviving their garden. So one thing we found with all during COVID is that all the school gardens are really dilapidated. There hasn't been anybody on them, of course. It's been a real setback for schools. So support for their garden programs and reviving their soil is absolutely key. So they're really excited about it. It's been a little bit problematic to just get the wheels turning again after COVID, but we're just beginning to make that stride. So I think in the next few months that will begin to happen. Next slide. I'll just say it's the same with Malibu Elementary School. They're excited as well. Everybody has different needs. The location of composting on the site is part of that. Educational programs to go along with it are also key because you can't just put a system in without the students and the faculty being trained ongoingly to really service it. But we're there to also help that process. Next slide, please. And then lastly, this is the vision that Mikey Pearson and I have been working on together is a legacy park, a pilot program. So this would be more of like a public commercial bin. We're looking at installing it in Legacy Park, kind of right at the mouth, right behind Sun Life Organics, having some signage, having some educational component along there, have a ribbon cutting, really allow people to fund it or to underwrite it, to put their name on it as well, and to really have it be a symbol of that Malibu is really going green, that they're making strides, that they're making a public face for sustainability in all of Malibu, which I know you guys work so hard with. Next slide, please. This is the location that we are envisioning. We've done a site survey. If you show the next slide, it's right there. It's on a gentle slope. It could be easily leveled. It doesn't take much space. It's right next to Malibu Country Mart and the lumber yard specifically. We've spoken to Sun Life Organics. The management is very excited to have it and would initially put all of their organics refuse into that bin. It's right around the corner. It wouldn't be hard to deliver their material there. And I think it would be a beautiful way for Malibu to really showcase that effort. There is water there indicated by the spigot. We do need to collaborate with the lumberyard because we believe that's their spigot. So I believe Jesse Bobbitt has said yes, and we're hoping that we have more of your support and we can move forward this together. Last slide is just a little celebration of some Malibu friends together working with us in Malibu, and let's continue our effort together.
Thank you. Okay. I believe that takes us to 2A.
Paul, could I just say a couple of quick words?
Anything you, Mikey, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
You look good in the picture, by the way.
I just want to thank Cecily for just bringing all her knowledge and passion towards Malibu on this project. And obviously we have bigger dreams going forward that'll take a while to get there. And really want to thank Jesse Bobbitt too for his help in working this out. And we got a little slowed up here with the Omicron, but hopefully we can move ahead quickly. And really, Cecily, thank you for bringing more composting projects and pilots and options to Malibu. So, and thanks for your presentation. I really appreciate it.
Okay. Do we have any communications from the public concerning matters which are not on the agenda?
Yes. Yes, you do, Mayor. You have 15 speakers signed up. The first few are Jan Stevens, Steve Graham, Bill Sampson, and Alex Stein. We'll hear from Jan first.
Okay, Jan, are you available? Are you in the meeting, Jan?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay, great. Sorry, I had to unmute. Okay, so I have a request. As you know, our home is used quite a bit for filming in Malibu, and the film production is really opening up again. Film production companies had a really difficult time during COVID because of the lockdowns, the Screen Actors Guild restrictions, all kinds of rules and regulations that were really hard to comply with. And so a lot of filming just didn't happen. But now we're being inundated with requests, and we would love to accommodate. And of course, prior to COVID, filming was shut down and dramatically reduced for an entire year after the Woolsey fire. Not to mention that our other main core business was also took terrific losses during that time. So we would love to be able to accommodate these film producers and do some of these, some TV shows and things that are coming in, but we're running out of days very quickly. So everyone's trying to get caught up, but we're going to run out of the days that we're allowed to use. So I have one request. I just wanted to know if you would allow us to use any days that we were prevented from using due to the COVID lockdowns and the Woolsey fires. Any days that we were just simply not allowed to use our property the past couple of years. Could we use them now? Hello?
Yes.
Oh.
I think we can comment, but we can't pass anything. So does someone want to speak to Jan?
Well, I will say, yes, I got an email from Jan, and I was going to save my comments for our comment time, but maybe we should go that route. So Jan, everyone, when public comments are done, the city councilors can reply to sort of everybody, which is probably a better way to go here. So that would be what I would say at this point, if that's okay.
Sure. And do you have any questions for me?
We would ask it at that time.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, this is your time to talk.
Okay. And just, our property, it's 2.5 acre property with tall trees all the way around the perimeter. There is no disturbance. The shoots that take place here are very, very professional. I'm sure the film office can vouch for that. So we're very respectful of the neighborhood and obey all of the rules. We have site reps here who make sure that everyone obeys the rules. I mean, if anyone so much as honks a horn, I run out and scream at them. So it's quiet, it's professional, it's well done. It's just that we are in the middle of a TV show that may not be able to finish its season if we don't, if we're not able to do, to get the extra days that we lost. And one thing too, I wanted to say, I wrote this in my email, but we're not asking anyone to rewrite the law. We're just simply asking for a one-time consideration. The federal and state governments had made special exceptions and accommodations throughout COVID. And I believe that our request is fair and reasonable at the city level as well.
Thank you, Jan.
That's all. Thank you.
Who do we have next?
Our next speaker is Steve Graham, followed by Bill Sampson, Alex Stein, and Scott Hillman.
Steve, are you available?
Yeah, I am. I really don't have any additional comments to make. I just, over a decade ago, we sat through some city council meetings where the older council members redefined the amount of shoot days that we were allowed to use. Randomly, they picked a certain number of film days. And I agree with Jan. I think the Woolsey fires and the COVID really impacted a number of people's business in the film committee as far as us being a location that's very desirable. I know for certainty, because I've been booking this house for 20 years, that the film people are extremely excited to come back to Malibu to work again. There's a definite excitement in the air now that COVID is getting a little bit more relaxed and people are really enjoying coming back. We're seeing a major resurgence, especially February and March this month, that we are 4 holds deep on certain weeks of people we have to kind of fend them off right now. So with that said, I don't really have anything else to add except that there is a certain excitement for people to come back to Malibu to film. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Graham.
Our next speaker is Bill Sampson, followed by Alex Stein, Scott Hillman, and Karen York.
Hi, Bill, are you available?
Yes.
We hear you.
Okay. Just what we need is a lot more commercial activity in Malibu, but that isn't what I'm here to talk about. About a year ago, the person who should have been our mayor, Bruce Silverstein, addressed all of you about Picasso. His remarks, I guess, just because of the rather open hostility to him, I can only speculate, but 3 of you obviously detest him. You should have listened to him. The problem's grown. I believe even Mr. Grisanti thinks that it is a problem. I don't do this kind of work necessarily. It strikes me that these things may be a timeshare. Jeff Jennings said that they consist of co-ownership in a posting I saw him make. They do not. The business model consists of Picasso forming an LLC, purchasing a piece of property, and selling memberships in the LLC. That does a couple of things, and then says, well, the people have the right, by purchasing membership, to occupy, I think it's 45 days a year. I have read, and I'm not sure of this, that they can then occupy 14 days at a time. I doubt very much Picasso's getting any short-term rental permits, which may be another problem. It strikes me they are selling timeshares. There may be a lot of paperwork trying to dodge that. They're selling timeshares. They're potentially short-term rentals without permits. They sure are not bringing kids to our schools. They are not bringing members to the Kiwanis Club, Paul. They are not bringing members to any service organizations to which I belong. Who knows? Maybe Picasso belongs to the chamber. That would not surprise me, but I'm not sure the chamber really is that interested in residents, because Picasso is a business and they are installing these businesses of timeshares, short-term rentals, hotels, motels, whatever you want to call them. They have aspects of all of those. The one thing they are not are residences. It's simply a corporate type dodge to try to avoid any kind of our zoning regulation. They certainly do nothing to comply with section 17.02.030 of our Malibu Municipal Code. That is the law in this city. It seems to be honored more in its breach than in its observance. It's the mission and vision statement. These things do not comply. You need to do something. If you go to sleep on this like the council did on Airbnb, they are going to overwhelm us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sampson.
Our next speaker is Alex Stein, followed by Scott Hillman, Karen York, and David Resnick.
Thank you so much for having me, guys. This is my favorite corrupt council in the entire nation. We have Paul Grisanti, the fake mayor, the guy that votes for himself. Probably, you know, the most cowardly thing I've ever seen in my entire life. But guys, the reason why I'm here is because I want to be in Malibu in 2 weeks, and I'll be addressing the council in person. But before that, see, Paul, I just want to bring, and Karen and Mickey, I know what's happening in the future of your elections, and I just want to say that I'm going to create a content So when they Google your name, Mickey, what's going to come up is going to be a treasure trove of content that you're not going to like. And Karen, you're not going to like it either. And Paul, you're especially not going to like it because your legacy, I believe, will be tarnished the worst because you have the most spaghetti on your tie, as they say. You know what I'm saying? You have the biggest mess that you can't clean up. And it's obvious. And you're going to be the one that's going to be the most embarrassed when this content comes out, because I just want to say the content blitz hasn't even started. You guys can see it. Go to the Conspiracy Castle. I already have all these meetings edited in a concise format. So even somebody with a short attention span can understand the sinister things and the egotistical decisions that the Council of Malibu is making, not with the people's interest in mind. And Paul, you're going to be public enemy #1 of this content campaign. We're going to make sure every single person in the world knows that Malibu has a fake mayor that's running a fake city, that's meeting with the representatives of Qatar. Let me tell you something about Qatar. They actually use slave labor from other Middle Eastern countries to build their extravagant buildings. So when you have a meeting with him, you are encouraging slave labor, Paul. And if you want to fact check that, look into Qatar's civil rights abuses. There are a laundry list of them. So for you to even meet with him just shows the type of character that you have. You're obviously a person of low moral character. And so with this campaign, this content campaign, we're going to put on blast the low moral character of the Malibu City Council, and especially of a fake mayor that would vote for himself when he is obviously not the rightful mayorship of that position. I don't even know the proper terminology to use of what I would call you, Paul, because I don't even know a system that would even let a person vote for themselves to be a mayor when it's just an honorary position. You guys know this. And then Mickey is so catty to say, I'll even let you be the mayor pro tem. That's the most ridiculous thing. What kind of mental gymnastics is going through your head where you're going to let him be the half mayor, but not the full mayor, when that is what he is entitled to? So what that is that is pure ego, that is pure cattiness, and I will make sure, Mickey, that the citizens of Malibu, all of them, will know what type of person you are and what kind of low moral character the council currently has, and the people that serve on that council will be exploited to the public on the internet. So I encourage you guys to Google your names every single day. Paul, Karen, Mickey, Google them every day, because you're going to have little Easter eggs, new videos, all about you, social media, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Just wait. The campaign of content has not even begun, Paul, because it's not even pertinent. But once it is, it will begun, and you will not like it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stein.
Our next speaker is Scott Hillman, followed by Karen York, David Resnick, and Donald Tannenbaum.
Are you there, Mr. Hillman?
Scott, you should see a pop-up asking you to unmute.
I'm sorry, I saw that. Wow, my comment was that was a hard act to follow. My presentation begins with a video, so could we cue that up, and I'll save my remarks until the video is done.
In 2009 and 2010, the City Council approved the grants launching the Malibu Film Society. Since then, we've held hundreds of community events at the Malibu Jewish Center and Synagogue, and we've supported other nonprofits throughout Malibu, all with the knowledge and support of city officials and without additional permits. Since 2017, we've been the only place in Malibu where everyone is invited to watch movies on the big screen. Watching movies at our events lets fans and filmmakers connect with each other. To share a story, share a laugh, and maybe even a hug. And sometimes movies are just fun.
Wait a minute. You ain't heard nothing yet.
In August of 2021, a series of groundless charges were leveled against the Film Society, prompting the Planning Commission to require MJCS to obtain new use permits for our events. This meant leaving the Jewish Center to find another Malibu location. Unfortunately, the accusations followed us to our new place, and the Planning Commission compelled our new host to cancel their events too. Meanwhile, the charges were proved false. In any event, the Malibu Film Society is still operating, just not in Malibu. Worse, your constituents must now travel to neighboring communities to attend movies and events intended for Malibu residents. We request that the City Council reaffirm that the Malibu Film Society has always been in compliance with municipal code and that no additional use permits are needed.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Scott Hillman. I've been a member of the Malibu Film Society for the past 10 years and have served as president of the board since 2016. I think the video you just saw in the letter that John Johannesson distributed to the council last week effectively outlined the concerns that bring us here tonight. We wanted to take this opportunity to speak to the council, to emphasize those concerns and suggest a way forward. The primary issue is this: since our founding 13 years ago, the Malibu Film Society has become an important cultural asset to the Malibu community. We've been showing films and sponsoring related community events during that time, and always operated with the support of the city council and in compliance with the municipal Malibu code. Recently, however, a reinterpretation of that code, if allowed to stand, will limit our ability to continue to hold events in Malibu. The Malibu Film Society should be able to continue to be the significant cultural and community asset it's been for the past 13 years. So we're asking the City Council to take whatever action is necessary and appropriate to ensure that the Malibu Film Society continues to have a home in Malibu. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Our next speaker is Karen York, followed by David Resnick, Donald Tannenbaum, and Pauline Schwartz.
Hi, Karen. Are you available?
I'm here, and hopefully I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
You are unmuted.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Hello, everyone. Honorable City Council members, I address you this evening as one of the founders of the Malibu Film Society. Actually, the initiative for the society arose out of the requirement for my adult bat mitzvah years ago. It required that I augment my preparation and studies with a service project. Recalling the earlier success of Cine Malibu, an outdoor film program initiated by the Malibu Times and the City of Malibu when our only movie house was closed due to a fire, I suggested to the then Malibu Jewish Center and Synagogue Rabbi Judith Halevi that I would like to form a Malibu Film Society as that project. Well, the rest is history. It is important to revisit with you the goals we established for this project. They were to use film and the community's close association with the film industry to create a community building and community sustaining experience for all of Malibu by offering an affordable, inclusive, positive experience where neighbors of varied income, backgrounds, ages, experience, and geography could come together on a regular basis to bond, to learn, to share, and to be entertained. I am very proud to say that we have and continue to accomplish these goals with the support of our committed and engaged members. Our sponsors, our all-volunteer board of directors, and I might add, the City of Malibu development grants awarded to us by earlier councils. At this time, however, our ability to continue to build, sustain, and inspire our Malibu community through cinema, as we have done for these past many years, is being challenged. I implore the City Council to provide the leadership that will enable us to continue to serve our community within our community, as we always have, legitimately, respectfully, safely, and successfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Our next speaker is David Resnick, followed by Donald Tannenbaum, Pauline Schwartz, and John Johannesson.
Hi, David. Are you available?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening, Mayor Grisani and council members. I've been involved in the Malibu Film Society for about 5 years. I've been on the board for the last 3. And it started with our plans for development on the Ioki property, where we had plans to include a small movie theater. Due to the death of the company's principal, the Malibu Bay Company liquidated all of our Malibu properties, and 2 particular properties, Point Doom and Ioki, were sold to the City of Malibu. And during my negotiations with the city, one of the potential uses that the city had suggested for either of these parcels would be a performing arts center. We looked forward to that at the Film Society. However, at the present time, due to, of course, to the Woolsey fire and the pandemic, the city has not been able to focus on what uses to put their vacant property to use. This means that the city venue to show movies is a long time in the future. The Film Society has been actively looking for venues to use in the interim. There are very few existing buildings in Malibu which can be used for this purpose. However, several religious organizations, their facilities can be easily adapted, and it's usually a win-win for both the religious institution and the Film Society. It allows the Film Society a venue in Malibu to use, and also it allows the religious institution to further their community outreach facilities. The Malibu Film Society helps bring the Malibu community together, and we're here tonight to make sure that we can continue to do this in the city of Malibu. Others will discuss the details of the code issues, but needless to say, we're here tonight to ask the council's assistance to help us continue our ability to serve the Malibu community in Malibu. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Our next speaker is Donald Tannenbaum, followed by Pauline Schwartz, John Johannesson, and Bianca Torrance.
Mr. Tannenbaum, are you available?
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. I'm Don Tannenbaum. I'm a board member of the Malibu Film Society, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. Several years ago, when I first met Scott Talal, I was a senior executive in theatrical distribution at Warner Brothers. My original reason for contacting Scott was to explore a new business opportunity for the studio, but during a conversation, he told me about his involvement with the Malibu Film Society. At the time, the industry was in the process of converting to digital cinema, and the Film Society was at risk of going dark because they couldn't afford the high cost of the equipment required. I really appreciated what they were doing, so I decided to help by asking our technology partners to give them favorable pricing on the equipment since they are a nonprofit. I understood the importance of their role, and I subsequently joined the board when I was invited to do so. Malibu holds a very special place in Hollywood. It wasn't by accident that the community was originally known as the Malibu Movie Colony. Malibu and movies have grown up together for the past 100 years. To this day, Malibu is home to more movie industry professionals per capita than perhaps any other community in the world. During award season, the studios want as many Academy and Guild voters to see all the nominated films on the big screen, and in some instances, through the Malibu Film Society, they introduce them to the filmmaker with a live Q&A after the screening. These screenings are open to the entire Malibu community, and they provide residents the only opportunity to watch movies on the big screen in their own neighborhood. Or at least it was the only big screen in Malibu, which is why the local residents really need the city council to help step in to allow Malibu Film Society to operate in Malibu by doing whatever is necessary to make this happen. Thank you so much for taking the time and listening.
Thank you, Mr. Tannenbaum.
Our next speaker is Pauline Schwartz, followed by John Johannesson, Bianca Torrance, and Andy Von Stieg.
Hi, Pauline, are you available?
I am available.
We can hear you.
Thank you. Hello, all the members of the council. I don't want to take too much time saying hello, because I know time is of important to say what we have to say. I want to tell you that I was very pleased to come to Malibu because I realized it was a community that nurtured the arts. Although my husband and I have had a PR agency for technology companies for many years, we were looking forward to what we really loved, which is the arts. And I was so thrilled to find out that we had a Malibu stage company. So I made a beeline for that because I have been in theater and film, and I thought I could participate. No sooner did I have a few productions made and presented, it disappeared for many reasons, I'm sure, and I'm not going to go into those, but that was a big disappointment. And I thought maybe it was the play that I had put on recently, but no, there were other issues involved, except for the fact that I discovered the Malibu Film Society. And I have to say, it was quite a shock to find out that the Malibu Film Society, although it had lost one home, was looking for another and was having difficulty finding it. It was also not being helped by the city itself, and that was a shock. I have to say that I had been in a small town called Gloucester, Massachusetts, and I had been the board chair of the Gloucester Stage Company, and it was supported by mostly fishermen and women, and did not have the affluence that we have here. We are fortunate to have here in Malibu. So I have to say that I really believe that Malibu is synonymous with the Malibu Film Society, and that it should have a place here. I think there are many hundreds of fans and also leaders in the film industry, and they will be very disappointed along with me if the city can't help to find a place. And so I urge you, please help the Malibu Film Society stay in Malibu. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula May.
Our next speaker is John Johannesson, followed by Bianca Torrance, Andy Vom Stieg, and E. Barry Haldeman.
All right, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Good. Hi, thank you, Malibu City Council, Malibu Mayor Paul Grisante, and the Malibu City Manager Steve McClary for allowing me to speak on behalf of the Malibu Film Society tonight. I emailed a letter on Friday to all members of the City Council so you could be briefed on why we are here this evening. I assume that you had a chance to read it. In 2015, I was asked by Scott Talal, CEO of the Malibu Film Society, to join the Malibu Film Board of Directors because of my movie theater construction experience. After a brief discussion about the Malibu Film Society goals, I accepted. Since then, and thank you to all the hard work of our amazing Film Society Board and CEO Scott Talal, we bring first-run movies and documentaries presented by the movie industry to the Malibu community, where locals can watch a movie, followed by a Q&A as movie producers, actors, directors, scriptwriters share their stories from behind the screens, from behind the scenes. Just the excitement of our members enjoying and interacting with our guests is always a wonderful sight to see. Watching the Malibu Film Society membership grow has been a huge accomplishment of its own. Our Oscar parties have also been a fun and amazing event. 2020 did a number on us due to the pandemic. However, we're just starting to resume showings, and we got blindsided and kicked out of a venue due to all of the sudden non-compliance with a CUP or TUP. Respectfully, I ask the City Council to step it up and do the right thing for this community, as Malibu doesn't even have a movie theater. Mayor and City Council, we need you to present goodwill to us and to our community. Instead of issuing ultimatums, start generating enthusiasm. Stop placing the blame and start accepting the blame. Let's work together, grow together in unity. Let's fill the void and allow the Malibu Film Society to be exempt from a CUP or a TUP so we can continue to create some joy and entertainment for this community, something that is very much needed. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Our next speaker is Bianca Torrance, followed by Andy Vom Stieg, E. Barry Haldeman, and Scott Talal.
Hi, Bianca, are you available?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, my name is Bianca Torrance. I'm a Malibu resident and local real estate professional. I am a volunteer, a member, and a proud sponsor of the Malibu Film Society since 2016. Over the years, I have enjoyed watching first-run movies, comedies, documentaries, diverse cultural symposiums, Q&As that were insightful, enlightening, and very interesting. The Malibu Film Society is an all-inclusive organization much needed in the community. We don't have centers here in Malibu that bring people together. This is good for the city. I was shocked when I heard that due to certain allegations by someone, the city was forced to shut it down. However, I do not agree with the city's decision. Why now? Why after all these years? And why was this abrupt decision taken without any consideration for our community? Hasn't our city been through enough already? Anyhow, whatever it is, I respectfully ask all members of City Council and Mayor Paul Grisanti to really look into this matter carefully and fix it. Make it right for the sake of, for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Bianca.
Our next speaker is Andy Von Steeg, followed by E. Barry Haldeman, Scott Talal, and Joe Drummond.
Hey, Andy, are you available?
I am here. Excuse my voice, everybody. I caught a little cold, not COVID, but it's a thing called a cold. So anyway, great to meet you, and it's been a privilege being in Malibu for exactly 1 year now, and it's just been awesome as the new pastor at Malibu Pacific Church. Great things are happening there, and I just wanted to say that just as a pastor, one of the great tragedies I think in America is churches that have millions of dollars worth of property are only being used a few times during the week. So one of the things we're looking at is how can we resource Malibu in any way with our property. It's a beautiful piece of property, millions of dollars. And one thing also that's happening at the church is we are just, I'm working on helping everybody, the members of the church, to really capture the vision that we are for Malibu. So we've had a couple of campaigns to help businesses through COVID that we're for Malibu, go local, buy local, products, and go to restaurants and pay it forward, pay for somebody's meal that's coming in, and so forth. So we just want to be for Malibu and use our facilities in any way for what's happening as a gathering place. And I just also wanted to say we would love to have the Malibu Film Society come and use our facilities. It just seems so ideal. We have 230-seat auditorium. We just put in a 9x23 LED screen, has beautiful views, great place for people to gather and connect with each other. And we do definitely want to be good neighbors. We want to make sure that's clear and abide by all the rules and laws. And I'm a neighbor also, so I don't want wild late night parties or anything like that. But I think within the codes that we already have, we just want to be good neighbors and be good stewards of our facilities and just be used by the community in any way, not just sit on the hill empty. So just use it. So it's an open invitation to everybody, and we would love to have Malibu Film Society use it, and anybody else. So great to meet all of you. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, Andy.
Our next speaker is E. Barry Haldeman, followed by Scott Talal and Joe Drummond.
Hi, Barry. Are you available?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. My name is Barry Haldeman. As some of you know, I'm an entertainment lawyer, and I've lived in Malibu for a long time. I was asked to be on the original board of the Film Society when it started 13 years ago, and I'm still on it today. And it's largely composed of volunteers who work for the society and help us out in our screenings. The society was conceptualized from the very beginning as a way to unify the community. With a lot of people in the entertainment business living in the city and even more citizens who love movies, we thought it would be a wonderful place to meet and discuss films, and a very good thing for the spirit of the city. As you heard from Karen York, the Malibu Jewish Center also saw our value and gave us a great rental rate on the auditorium on their premises, and that's where we started. Our first film was Some Like It Hot, and our first speaker was Dick Gutman, a Malibu resident who had been an assistant publicist on the film, and he told great stories. Our second speaker was Jim Cameron, and we ran The Terminator, and then we were on the map. We grew very quickly. People discovered that their race, religion, age, or any other criteria did not matter. We offered a place you could meet, watch a film, and meet the filmmakers. And of course, there was fresh popcorn. A few years in, the Motion Picture Academy discovered us, and the studios wanted to run their films because, as you heard, Malibu probably has more Academy voters per capita than any other place in Los Angeles. The city council and administration embraced the society from the beginning. They gave us grants. They realized the benefit to Malibu. And the city council and planning department interpreted the law as not requiring a temporary use permit for any of our screenings. As you know, we've had to relocate, and the pastor has been kind enough to offer his facility, but suddenly the planning department has unilaterally determined that the city's interpretation of section 1768040 for the last 12 years and the precedent on which we have relied was wrong, single-handedly. And we need a temporary use permit for every screening we do. That is ridiculous. Here's what we want. Put this on the agenda for the next meeting to confirm once and for all that as long as we show our screenings in premises designed to accommodate such events, such as auditoriums, statements, churches, stadiums, churches, or other public assembly facilities, or private clubhouse facilities, as the law says, we won't need a temporary use permit, or even do an amendment to clarify that. Otherwise, our society will be destroyed. So please help us out for this valuable thing we have in Malibu. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry.
Our next speaker is Scott Chwal, followed by Joe Drummond.
Hi, Scott. Are you available?
I am. Hi, everybody. I'm the executive director of the Malibu Film Society. Just wanted to say a quick thanks to everyone who's already spoken. And I really appreciate the opportunity to speak. And while we're at it, I want to thank both this council and everyone at planning who's been helping us with our fire rebuild. You've already heard all of the major points we want to make, so I just want to focus on one thing. All of the wonderful events we could have held this season here in Malibu, but we didn't because we suddenly weren't allowed to. Here's what Malibu has missed. In-person screenings of 50 of this year's Oscar contenders, many of them shown even before they were released in theaters. The list includes almost all of the Best Picture nominees. All 5 Oscar-nominated Best Documentary Features, every one of which would have been free and open to the entire community. In-person Q&A conversations with all of the following. Oscar-nominated actress and, by the way, Malibu homeowner, Kristen Stewart from Spencer. Oscar-nominated producer, director, and screenwriter Kenneth Branagh, whose film Belfast has been honored with 7 nominations. Oscar-nominated cinematographer Ari Wegner from The Power of the Dog, which leads this year's Academy Awards with 12 nominations. Oscar-nominated director and screenwriter Sean Heder from Coda, which just won the SAG Awards for Outstanding Cast and in particular for Best Supporting Actor Troy Kotsur. Oscar nominees Lin-Manuel Miranda and Andrew Garfield from Tick, Tick, Boom. Oscar-nominated director and screenwriter Maggie Gyllenhaal of The Lost Daughter. The Oscar-nominated team from The Mitchells, including producer and Malibu resident Phil Lord. Every year since our inception, at least one and as many as 3 of our Q&A guests have gone on to win their very first Oscars after appearing at MFS. That's going to happen again this year with one important difference. This year, none of their appearances were here in Malibu, and neither were any of the other events we just listed. We didn't just create the Film Society to do events like these. We did it because we live here and we want to do them with and for our friends and neighbors. Almost 2,000 people have now signed up to get our emails. We just wanted to create something which would give them a chance to socialize on a regular basis, get to know each other, and maybe even form new friendships. We even have one couple who met at the Film Society, fell in love, and is now married. To us, that's how you build community. And the way things stand right now, none of this is going to happen again in Malibu until this situation is finally fixed. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Our next speaker is Joe Drummond.
Hi, Joe. Are you available?
Hi, yes. City Council, just listening to all the representatives from Malibu Film Society, I do hope, which honors many Malibu residents, I do hope that you will reinstate their ability to have events without impeding them with TUPs in Malibu again. So I'm just here to mention a few things. I am still appalled by last council meeting's contentious mayoral decision by Mikey Karen and by Paul making himself mayor yet again. It was a petty and divisive decision that went against the wishes of the majority of the residents of Malibu. I'm sending Bruce a talisman to protect him from all this bad blood on city council. It's important, the three of you, to be truly honest with yourselves, the motivations behind that decision over historical protocols and your decision to essentially attack one of your fellow council members. He is only trying to stand up for the residents of Malibu who align with Malibu's vision and mission statement. Your decision goes against all of this. I'm here today to ask you to put on the next council meeting an introduction and adoption of an urgency ordinance amending the Malibu Municipal Code to add a section regarding timeshares. Currently, the municipal code does not contain any regulation governing the use of properties as timeshares, apparently meaning that as a non-enumerated use, timeshares currently are prohibited throughout the city. However, due to the rise in fractional home ownership, there is an ambiguity regarding whether fractional home ownership uses constitute a prohibited timeshare or an allowed residential use. The urgency ordinance is intended to define timeshares broad enough to encompass fractional home ownership and ensure that their essentially commercial use is confined to those parts of the city that are planned for commercial uses. This will avoid losing valuable land zoned for residential purposes from being usurped by fractional home ownership and timeshare uses. The proposed urgency ordinance would continue the prohibition on timeshares in all residential zones and as the residential component of a commercial or mixed-use development. Malibu codes are also supposed to prevent car showrooms, yet there will be 3 here very soon. Why are the codes being tossed aside regularly? Please stop the timeshares immediately and stop allowing car showrooms and chain stores in Malibu and promote small local businesses. And yes, I hope you can also reinstate the Malibu Film Society, which honors the residents. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe.
And Mayor, we do have a few raised hands from the public, so we'll hear from Alan Merman next.
Mr. Merman, are you available?
Yes, I am. Thank you. This is Alan Merman, not from the Film Society. And I just want to quickly say I've never experienced anything like that where one group can hijack a whole meeting. I think it was really offensive. And if there was some way to limit it, that would be great. I sat here, I ate my dinner sitting here at the computer, hoping to hear about wastewater, et cetera. But I heard a lot about a concerted effort by the Film Society to mount a concerted effort to hijack the meeting. At least that's how I feel. So I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Merman.
Our next speaker is Craig Hill.
Craig, are you available? Craig?
Here we go.
There you
Hi,
go.
good evening, everybody. Just a quick clarification. I was on the planning commission that heard the synagogue application, and I love movies. I'm all for everything you heard about tonight, and I think you should do what you can to accommodate that. The clarification and well, first, I think implicit in what you just heard, the real implicit request is that you change the law. It sounds like you basically need to change the TUP law if you wanted to accommodate them correctly. As far as what the planning commission did, we just followed the law that we have in front of us. There was no new interpretation. And in fact, there was a lot of opposition to the project too. And I think some of us at least felt rather good that we were able to work the project for the synagogue to put through something that would work. So it's sort of ironic to hear that was not sufficient. And we have nothing to do with any church. I don't know what that was about, but that hasn't come in front of the Planning Commission. So anyway, I hope you can accommodate them somehow, but just to be clear, it's not anything that we did differently or weird. It's just, I think you might want to look at where the law might want some tweaking. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Craig. Do we have anybody else?
I don't see any other raised hands. I don't have any speaker signups. So that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Do we have, I'm told we may have let's do the commission, committee, and city manager updates. And then I believe we are going to have the fire department and the county sheriffs give us a report as well. So do we have any commissioner or committee reports?
No, you don't have any commissioners signed up tonight.
Okay. Steve McClary, can you give us a city manager update?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Happy to do so. I have some good news to report. I think everyone's been hearing that the rate of transmission of new COVID cases has been dropping rapidly. It seems that we are getting past that peak in the surge that we had seen, that it started over the holidays and went through most of January. County is, of course, seeing a drop in new hospitalizations. County Health has recently slightly relaxed its rules for indoor masking. We are continuing to require masks in City Hall at this time for all employees as well as visitors. But again, we're seeing some very good news on that front. As a result, so the week ago, last Tuesday, City Hall was opened back up to the public. It was very nice to see the City Hall parking lot full again, and the public and staff back pretty much back at full again. Also wanted to report to council that attended last week the State of the City event that was hosted by the Malibu Chamber of Commerce. And also recently attended a dedication for the installation of, I believe it's our first beacon box in the city on Big Rock Drive. So I was happy to see that done. Also want to let council know that I am putting together some information for the city council on the development impact fees that are collected in Malibu for the fire facilities. So I just want to let you know I have not forgotten about that. I will be getting information to council on that. And I do know that I wanted to note thanks to Captain Chuck Becerra. He was the station commander at Lost Hills Station. His last day was Friday. I just wanted to wish Captain Becerra well. And thank him for his service to the citizens of Malibu and for his support during my time as interim city manager. I know we're going to hear a little bit later in just a moment from Joe Fender, who has been named the acting station captain. And then lastly, for my report, I'd like to turn it over to Susan Duenas, our public safety manager, who will be giving a report on what we're doing in terms of a temporary drop site, hopefully to get that on board for this summer. So I'll turn it over to Susan.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Good evening, everybody. So in preparation for summer crowds, we're working to establish a temporary day use impound yard that can be used by the tow companies that the Sheriff's Department contracts with. So for the benefit of those who are not familiar with the issue, we have quite a few visitors to Malibu who park illegally in towaway zones in order to more easily access public areas. But as you can imagine, this creates public safety hazards and negatively impacts neighborhoods. So for towaway zones to be effective, you have to be able to tow vehicles. And while the Sheriff's Department can tow vehicles, both of the companies that tow for the Sheriff's Department, Sierra Tow and Rose Towing, are both based in Thousand Oaks, which means when they tow a vehicle, they have to go all the way back to Thousand Oaks to drop off the vehicle at an impound site. So this takes the tow vehicle out of the city for 2 hours or more, greatly reducing the number of vehicles that can be towed that are parked illegally in towaway zones. So by creating a day use impound yard in Malibu, we can increase the number of cars that are towed from these areas, and then, which helps to address public safety concerns, impacts on neighborhoods, and provides a significant deterrence. So in the past, this has come up before, and we've tried different locations. Last summer, the council recommended that we pursue the high school. Unfortunately, that did not work out due to the limitation of when the high school would be available for this because of normal high school activities. Between that and the time it would take to do a CUP, it just didn't work out. So we went back to the drawing board, and at this time we're exploring the possibility of using the city's undeveloped property at Heathercliff and PCH. And to be clear, we're proposing it as a temporary day use site during the summer or other high traffic times when we know we need to be able to tow vehicles. No cars would stay overnight on the site. Car owners will be able to retrieve their vehicles from the site and pay associated impound fees. And any cars left at the end of the day will be towed to the permanent impound yard in Thousand Oaks. Now, in order to get some feedback from the community on this particular site, we're going to be presenting it to the Public Safety Commission this Wednesday, March 2nd at 5 p.m. is the primary item on the agenda. We encourage community members to participate in the meeting or submit their thoughts in writing on this proposal. Comments can be sent to me at sduenas@malibucity.org. So my name is sduenas@malibucity.org, and they will be shared with the entire commission, or you can participate in the meeting itself and share your thoughts. So we really hope the community will give us some input on this, because we want it, whatever site we use, to work for everybody. But we're hopeful we'll have something in place soon. If you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you, Susan. I don't see any hands, but it says it's something we need to do something about, and I look forward to watching the public safety meeting on Wednesday. Do we have a representative of the sheriff's office available?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I believe we have Acting Captain Joseph Fender here.
Is Captain Fender available? There you go. I see you highlighted.
Okay. I'm just trying to get my my video there. It's not really giving me the option, but you can hear me, correct?
We can hear you.
Oh, here we go. There we go. Good evening, Mayor Grassani and then members of the City Council of Malibu. How are you doing this evening?
Great.
All right. Well, I'm glad to be back. As you know, Mr. McClary, I informed you that Captain Becerra had exited on Friday. He was called by the sheriff on to bigger and better things for Chuck. I'm sure that's gonna work out for him. And we were blessed to have him here at Lost Hills Sheriff Station. He did a great job, and I have no doubt that he'll continue that great job wherever he goes, bigger and better things, and up and forward on the department. I was very humbled that he asked the sheriff that I come out here and represent Malibu Lost Hills as the interim acting captain until a permanent selection is made, probably in May or June. So I will be your acting captain until at least May or June. But I just wanted to say that I was very humbled, and I'm very thankful to be here. I have some history with Malibu Lost Hills Station. Prior to this appointment, I was the division aide for Chief Dennis Neer, who many of you may know. We oversee all of North Patrol Division to include Lancaster, Palmdale, Santa Clarita, West Hollywood, and Lost Hills stations. So I served for Chief Neer as his executive aide. And prior to that, I was the detective lieutenant here at Lost Hills Station. I served as the service area lieutenant for the city of Hidden Hills and the city of Westlake Village. Did a lot of good work with Malibu and Susan. I've still been involved since I left with the building and outfitting of our Malibu substation that's still kind of in the works. So I've been keeping up on that with Susan and our Contract Law Enforcement Bureau and Mr. McClary. So even though I left for about 7 months, I still kind of had my fingers in the figurative pie here at Lost Hills. So it'll take me a few weeks to get up and running, get my feet wet, but I'm ready for the challenge. And I love hearing the passionate constituents and community members we have out there in Malibu talking on these issues, and it just shows me how passionate they are and how much they care about the communities they live in. So again, I'm very humbled and glad to be here. I'm available for phone calls, and please let me know, reach out if you have any questions. And that's all I have for you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Steve, do we have someone from the fire department as well?
I believe we do. Sorry, I wasn't scanning through the names. Kelsey, do we have Chief Smith here?
I do see Drew Smith. It looks like he's unmuted and coming on camera.
Wonderful.
Yes, good evening, Drew Smith. I'm your assistant fire chief for the area, and I'm looking forward to the continued working relationship with Lieutenant Bender. We're good friends, and we're going to carry the public safety endeavor, and we talk continuously and always for every thing that comes our way, so we can be proactive in the public safety approach with your County of Los Angeles law and fire family. Your fire family is doing good. I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that there's been some rumors out there we have cut staffing. We don't have as many firefighters on our engines, and that is not true. Through this whole 2 years of COVID, we have not had any reduction in our workforce for all the fire stations within the city of Malibu or the adjoining stations that support the city of Malibu for any of the emergency responses that we have with the fire department. So just wanted to make that clear. So your firefighters are day in and day out doing great work. We've been challenged recently with a couple fires. We've had a significant amount of challenging runs. It seems like people are out and about, and we've had some critical runs that your firefighters have been doing great work on. And I just wanted to, as you know, that I am available to you, and also your community service liaison, which is Megan Courier. So her and I work in the same office at Fire Station 70, and that's at Carbon Canyon and PCH, and we are available to you for whatever the needs are, whether it be fire related on emergency response or any community activity. And also I'd just like to talk about the fire safety liaison position that you have. That very much enhances the working relationship with the city and the County of Los Angeles Fire Department. So with Chris Broussard, who was there, and now you have Gabe Etcheberry's there. So we all go back a long way, and that working relationship and that conduit you have is very good and supportive for your needs for the fire safety liaison, or actually the all risk, all hazard component that impacts the city of Malibu or has the potential to impact the city of Malibu. So it's a great resource. And if there's any questions, I would like to entertain any of those that you have.
Thank you, Drew.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We're glad to have you. Okay, it's now time for City Council subcommittee reports and mayor and council member meeting attendance reports and inquiries. Who would like to go first?
Mayor, quickly.
Yes.
I know that Chad Waters is here and was hoping to say hi. I'm wondering if he's maybe Zoom. Yeah, he's Zoom user, I believe. And that's our new lieutenant.
Well, let's hear from Zoom user.
Here I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right. Sorry about that. I switched over to my phone, and I guess it's just not allowing the video. Let's see. Oh, there we go. All right, so I just wanted to kind of give you guys a crime report for the month, and introduce myself to those of you that don't know me. I'm Chad Waters. I took over for Joey Fender back in DB when he left the last time. Now he's back. Welcome him back as our acting captain. As you know, Jim Braden's been out with an injury, so I will be taking over for him until he comes back, if he does come back. So we're hoping for a speedy recovery for Jim. I know he's a big part of the community, and we want to make sure that he, all the work he's done continues to be done through the same safety commissions and with you guys as well. So I'm looking forward to working with you guys. The crime report for this last month, looks like we had one armed robbery. That was at a charging station in the Cross Creek area for a Tesla charger. Other than that, everything else there's three incidents, with that involve some of the transients in the local area. So we're paying close attention to those now and trying to get the host team in here some more. And we also have two of our units out there working alongside the host units as well, helping out, trying to get these guys relocated or give them some help that they need so we can kind of protect the community as well. As far as accidents in the area, we've had 15 traffic accidents last month. Unfortunately, that was in January. One was fatal. I think you guys know about that already in front of Moon Shadows. And then also citations are holding steady. So trying to get a lot of speeders. We're trying to slow people down. We did an operation this last Saturday night, focusing on what we think is a group of people that are meeting on social media and coming down into the Malibu area and late at night on Saturday nights and racing through and up and down the canyons and PCH. So we were able to get about 15 sites that night and tow a car. A lot of those people won't be back, hopefully. So those problems, as well as dealing with the oversized vehicles and overnight parking along PCH, we've been able to get rid of at least 6 of the motorhomes in the last week and a half and continue to work on that as well.
Thank you, Chad.
No problem, sir.
I do appreciate it. I recognized Mikey, and then I saw Karen's hand. Karen?
Thank you, Paul. I'll make it brief. I want to thank the speakers, and I want to address everybody from the Malibu Film Society. I have spent a lot of time at the Film Society attending not only movies, but discussions by all the professionals that they named. What I don't understand is what changed. Everything was going along. Things were fine. Karen York and I talked about this a couple of weeks ago at length. And what I said to her was, I don't understand what changed. We didn't change an ordinance. We didn't change requirements. So that's where I'm stuck. We had something that, in my opinion, was not broken. So I don't know what we were fixing there. I'd love to get this straightened out. Along with that, and for all the reasons everybody said, for every reason that they said, I won't repeat them, but I want to thank them all. Thank you to our firefighters and law enforcement partners. We appreciate you and happy to meet you here on Zoom. Look forward to working with you. Sorry, my dog only barks when I unmute. And I want to thank the Chamber of Commerce. I didn't have a whole lot going on since the last meeting, but I do want to thank the Chamber of Commerce for putting on State of the City, which was February 18th. It has not taken place in the last 2 years, and it was kind of a catch up. Paul and I both addressed a almost exclusively Zoom crowd. Mikey, I guess your catch-up time will come at the next one. But it was good to be reminded of the accomplishments of the city, particularly since the pandemic began. So I do thank everybody at the chamber that made that possible, as well as Malibu Pacific Church, who hosted it. So I think that's it. We're also sneezing over here, excuse us. I think that's it for me, but I really am curious about what changed with the Film Society, why everything was fine and all of a sudden now it's not. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Mikey, I see your hand.
Thank you, Mayor. There we go, lower my hand. Wow, a lot of comment there from the public. Appreciate everyone who spoke. I'll address that first. Jan and Steve, on the issue on the filming days, I know I can't remember if Jan and I talked or we just emailed. I understand the issue there. I gather, I have to make some assumptions here. I assume that the city isn't automatically have any sort of accommodation for missed days last year. I don't know the answer. I don't know the mechanism. I don't know what the math would look like on that. I don't know how many permits are given out. There's more I don't know, I realize, than I do know. Film shoots seem to go on and most of them are nothing. Then once in a while, one or two blow up, not one on your property. But so I think there's more I don't know about this than I do. So I probably before this meeting should have probably investigated that a little more with staff. Somebody mentioned that the amount of days you can film was made up a number of years ago. So I want to apologize. I don't know more than I know on that whole issue and what would be involved in that. But now I'm realizing I need to ask some questions. As far as everyone else that spoke from the Malibu Film Society, I kind of want to apologize. You know, I've been aware that this is going sideways. I guess like Karen, I don't really know why, but I did know one thing, and something I've been talking about for over a year. I've been talking to Steve McClary recently and discussing it, and that is our TUP system. Once again, I think it's broken. There's one TUP that does one thing and it doesn't matter who you are. Chili cook-off all the way down to a couple of 80-year-old landscape artists in Legacy Park. You also can't do a series. We have no way for people to do series under a TUP. So if there seems to be a question whether this needs a TUP, and I think it's a great question, and somebody was quoting the code, and I don't know that code by heart. So like Karen, I'm very curious why this is an issue. Malibu Film Society has been fantastic forever, and I don't know where this went sideways. And it feels like we have a community that is desperate for cultural arts, and we're going backwards. And somebody else brought up the performing arts center. Same thing. It's been a long, hard haul. We have potentially land. Maybe there's a spot there, and we're having trouble getting to those meetings. Something I'm very committed to figuring out how we do as we come to our year end here in June, and we come up with a new work plan. So I too am I'm concerned about this Malibu Film Society. I don't know what was broken that we're fixing. I think I'm quoting Karen, and I want to apologize to the Film Society that this hasn't been figured out. I've been hoping to end up at Zeraces, our zoning ordinance meetings with Steve, and talk about a number of things. And this TUPs, if this is needed in this case, should certainly be on the list, along with what we talked about at a recent city council meeting is the outside dining that has occurred due to COVID. That's certainly another one, among a number of other issues. So thank you for everyone for speaking. I want to welcome, he says Lieutenant, but Captain Fender to Malibu. Look forward to getting to know you. Look forward to meeting you. I want to welcome Chad Waters to Malibu. He and I met for about an hour recently. It's great to meet him. Impressive guy, really knows what's going on in Malibu. Obviously, there's a lot of history here. And thank you both for coming on to the meeting tonight. And of course, thanks to Chief Smith as always. Sorry, I got notes everywhere. As far as what I've been doing, well, one of the things was trying to figure out how to get TUPs on the agenda. So I can cross that off my list, definitely. And outside dining, working on that. Been working on one of the community brigade issues, still working on bringing that forward. It's a complicated project, working on how neighborhoods can communicate with each other. And we did a training in the Big Rock Mesa on the weekend. I do want to make a mention quickly. I'm getting a lot of emails on people just a little bit lost in the rebuild process. Please, if you're one of those people, just send me an email if that's easiest. Every one of those emails I forwarded, it's been whatever it was, and it's not just the city. It's a complicated thing to build a house. So there's just issues, and they've been solved really, really quickly. Yolanda is particular shining star there on dealing with those issues. So if you have an issue, please get a hold of us. I've noticed an extra large amount of code enforcement issue emails coming to me, people concerned about different things. And I know Doug is buried in code enforcement issues. So I'm not sure what that's about. I seem to be at the middle of, there's a group and others that want to more streamline on solar permitting to get solar in. And I forwarded some emails on that, but really haven't had a chance to get deeply into it yet with all the other things we're doing. And I too was happy to be at the Beacon Box ceremony in Big Rock Mesa. We've had a prototype here in Malibu West, and it's great to see the authentic, real one at Big Rock Mesa, exactly the first place it should be. And big thanks to everyone involved in getting it that far. Susan Duenas, Shay at Flame Mapper, Chief Smith, Chris Broussard. I mean, a bunch of people came together to make sure that next time there's a fire in Malibu, that people that are from out of the area can know what's in a neighborhood and where the resources are and where they can turn around. So there's that. And I feel like I probably missed something because I got a boatload of notes written all over the place, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Mikey. Steve, I see your hand.
Okay, thank you, Paul. I'd like to start with just my heart goes out to the people in Ukraine. It just seems crazy to me that in 2022, we have to go out and start a war and kill people to solve a problem. So I hope they're getting the support they need, and I wish them the very best. I'd also like to give thanks to the sheriff and the fire department who spoke this evening. I had a chance to meet with Deputy Waters, had a very good conversation, and I hope we can have more of those going on in the future. I attended a couple of meetings. One of the meetings, which I think I want to talk about, is the Santa Monica Bay Restoration Commission. It's the first time I've been to one of those meetings. And this is really a group, when I walked away from it, made you feel good. I mean, just here's some of the things they're doing. It's an organization of a bunch of other organizations. They're all working under one umbrella. They're doing abalone restoration off what the heck? What's the peninsula down there? They're doing abalone restoration. They're working on the Animal Crossing on the 101 freeway. They're doing restoration of kelp beds off our coast. And they're also the group responsible for doing the dune restoration over on Zuma Beach. So, I mean, a very impressive group. I really enjoyed the meeting. I got to learn more about them and, bring some information how the city is participating and restoring that Santa Monica Bay. Homeless report. I listened to the last couple of homeless meetings, and Susan Duenas, is there any plan to bring this homeless report up to the city council? I mean, these guys have done a lot of work. They've got some ideas that they're trying to drive. And I think the city council and the residents should hear about those so we can vet those things and see which ones we want to chase down or which ones we don't. So if there's something you could do to get that in front of us, I sure would appreciate that. And you can keep your cat.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
As far as he's concerned, it's lap time. Anyways, yeah, we're in the middle of scheduling a special city council meeting to hear their recommendations. So it's just a matter of identifying a date that works for all the council members. But we're ready to go. So you should be receiving an email. There may be one in your inbox right now asking for dates you're available. So
good. Thank you very much. I think that'll be very informative.
Yeah.
The last meeting, Bill Sampson brought up an issue that says, we've got two of our residents, Lucille and Walt Keller, who really were sort of the cornerstones in the creation of Malibu. And he suggested, maybe there's something the city could do to recognize them in the upcoming years. And, I guess somebody recommended renaming Legacy Park, maybe something up at Charmley. So I'd like to put a request out to the residents. It says, guys, if you've got some good ideas of things we could do to recognize these people, send me an email. I'd like to make a list of those things. I'll bring them back to the city council. We'll see which ones work. And if, the Malibu Times, whoever, writing that up, if you could mention it in your newspaper, put it on Facebook, whoever's running a Facebook account. Let's see if we can't get some good ideas and do these folks a right move while they're still with us. Okay, this is going to be a little bit longer, but Saturday night, about a half an hour, 45 minutes prior to the accident that took place on Malibu Canyon where somebody died, my wife came home. She drove down through the canyon and she walked in the door and said, you won't believe the stupid people that are driving on Malibu Canyon. She was on the same curve right below Payuma, or south of Payuma, where the accident occurred. And she said some car came running past her on the curve, and then passed the car ahead of her at the same time. All right. And then later that evening, we heard that the accident occurred, that 18-year-old woman got killed. And I can't think of anything worse than having a parent bury their children. So my heart goes out to those folks. But, doing some research, we've only got one California patrol car on Malibu Canyon. All right, trying to cover the whole thing. And I don't know how far they go up or down. But boy, it sure seems that, we could use some more help there. And I'll tell you, on Sunday mornings, I walk my dog around, I leave my house around 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, and there are already these, Lamborghinis and Ferraris and everything pouring down the canyon, going to the car show. So, getting some help out there would be greatly appreciated. The car shows, got a lot of complaints on the car shows again this weekend. Not only with the car show taking place over there, but the speeding up and down the PCH after it's done. So Steve, if we can give you some help in trying to address that with the property owner, please let us know. But we're going to have to do something. And I want to I've heard that Henry Stern is trying to come up with some resolution or some legislation to deal with speeding. And I've heard it's got something to do with he's going to put some more money in there and increase the fines. And I don't know if Henry listens to these meetings, but the information I'm getting is that even if we wanted to get more police on the streets right now, they're not available. There's not we don't have enough people available to put them on the streets. So the issue is not going to be additional fines. The issue is going to be enforcement. We got to figure out some way to catch these people, to penalize them, because if we don't do that, if we keep doing what we're doing right now, this is never going to change. So let me suggest something. In my business, whenever I ran out of human resources to get something done, I looked at technology. All right. And there is technology out there that can read license plates. There's technology out there that can, speed guns to pick up how fast they're going in traffic. Now, I understand there are probably laws in California that prevent us from using that kind of technology to deal with speeders. I don't know why those laws are there. I'm not smart enough. I haven't done enough research to understand what they are. But if Henry Stern's listening, you know, if I had my choice right now, if we could start a program to sort of let us use technology to deal with some of the speeding, because this speeding is going on all over the place. I got another article this morning that I think Chris Frost sent me that talked about the fact that, you know, when COVID hit, the roads got empty. So these people with fast cars said, I got an empty road, let me go use it. So they're speeding up and down all over the place. And it's all over the states, not only here in Malibu. And it really hasn't stopped. So I'm going to try and do a little bit more research on this issue to see if there's not something we can do. But if we don't start doing something different to start controlling this thing, it's not going to get any better. We'll have more bodies laying all over Malibu Canyon and Pacific Coast Highway than we need. Two things. I have spent some time talking to some of the realtors in Malibu, and they're selling a lot of houses. And the houses, a lot of them, not all of them, and these are sort of anecdotal stories, but what I'm hearing is a lot of the people that are buying some of these properties are not buying them to move in, they're buying them for rentals. They're going to, you know, turn them into a rental property. Now, I don't know how many of those there are, but it was enough that the person I was speaking to thought it was a big enough group that they mentioned it. I don't know if the city has any handle on the number of burnt out properties that have been sold or are for sale. I mean, the concern is there that if a whole bunch of these things get turned into rental properties, it really is starting to change the character of our city. And there's some concern with people I'm talking to that that's what's happening. And then finally on this Picasso that Bill Sampson put together, I agree with him. I mean, I think we ought to do something about that. And recently up in Napa Valley, and I'm not sure which city up there, but they came up with a program that got rid of Picasso. All right, so I think, well, and I guess my concern is as I look over the horizon, the question is, what is our city going to look like? Is it going to be a city of renters, a city of short-term renters and people renting out their houses and people doing timeshares? Or are we going to have a city of residents who will be a community, will send kids to schools and all that kind of stuff? And, you know, that to me, that's something we should think about and get some information on and start tracking what the heck's going on so that if we're heading in a direction and we don't think that's the direction we want to go in, we can possibly do something to try and fix that. Paul, I was going to mention Qatar that you brought up last week, but I think Andrew Stein did a good job on that one. Be careful with those guys. That's a group that you want to think real hard about before you get in bed with. And then finally, just a quick apology. The city council meeting we had last week was an embarrassment. It was an embarrassment to me. It was an embarrassment to the city, the residents of the city, and I apologize for that. And I'm hoping as we get down the road, as you know, the city council, whether it's this city council or the next one, will be able to sit down and vote for the residents, not for themselves. So Paul, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bruce?
Thanks. So I've got some points that I want to make about a lot of communications I've had over the past 2 weeks, but I'll start with the speakers tonight. First of all, Alex Stein, I just want you to know, I never heard of him, much less met him prior to the meeting last week. So this is what an objective third party watching our meetings is saying. This isn't some person I put up for anything. The elephant in the room tonight was obviously the Film Society. I've got some disjointed comments I'm going to make that I've written down here. First of all, I think I understand what the history was. I could be wrong, but I mean, I watched the Planning Commission meetings, and the synagogue is doing a substantial renovation and had an application for permission to do that. And among other things, it includes a CUP, as I understand it, not a TUP or an SEP, a CUP, a conditional use permit, that allowed for 50, 60, I'm not sure what it was, showings by the Film Society. And that may or may not be an appropriate thing to approve. Actually, I want to backtrack and say, first of all, I agree with all the great things that were said about the Film Society tonight. It's a wonderful organization. It is a cultural asset, was a word somebody used. It's something we ought to find a way to encourage and to facilitate in our city. But that doesn't mean that it works within the bounds of what was being attempted. It may or it may not. So there was an application to include this 50 or 60 nights, maybe it was less, at the synagogue, and there was opposition by some neighbors, and there was also opposition by the Malibu Film Festival. And we heard from a number of people tonight said that there were false charges. I don't know if that's something that had to do with the film festival, but there were allegations by the film festival in connection with the Planning Commission that they had been discriminated against in not being allowed to use the same facilities that the Film Society had been allowed to use, even though they are both third-party operations vis-a-vis the synagogue. The synagogue is not the Film Society. The Film Society had a contract with the synagogue to rent space, and the film festival was complaining that they were being treated in a discriminatory way. I don't know if that's the charge that was being talked about. But in any event, the Planning Commission heard that application, and I made some changes to it, took the neighbors' issues into account, and an appeal was filed to the City Council. And I don't know if that appeal is still pending, so I'm not sure how much we ought to say about the merits of the question of whether the synagogue should or shouldn't be permitted to host the number of events that were being promoted, because that may be an issue before us in a quasi-administrative decision or judicial decision. But I think that's the origin of the issue. It's not straightforward one way to look at it. I mean, and Mr. Muirman, who raised his hand and said he thought tonight's meeting was hijacked by a number of people with an agenda, I wouldn't go that far, but we heard one side of a story on a matter that's not agendized. So it's not surprising that the people who got their act together to come speak spoke about their one side of the story, and whatever the other side of the story wasn't heard from, because it's not an issue for the City Council to discuss tonight. And there's always two sides to every story. Actually, there's three sides usually. It's one side story, the other side story, and the truth. So there's a lot of issues there. The primary one is neighborhoods. So, for example, the church on Malibu Canyon Road, the church is sitting in a neighborhood. It's at the beginning of a street. There are 10 or 15 houses on that street. I don't know what the neighbors who live there would have to say about 50 events that aren't part of the church being done there. Maybe it'll be a great thing. But in any event, there's some complexity to this. It's not as simple as what was said. The other thing I'm going to say is, we heard three different people say it's open to the entire Malibu community, open to the entire community. Everyone is invited. I want to tell you, personally, I had an experience where I went there. My wife and I joined the Film Society. In fact, we joined because it was a cultural asset of the city. We were looking forward to meeting other people, to getting engaged socially, and to taking advantage of the great programs. And we were not allowed to come in because my wife has a service dog. Not a pet that she takes around and tries to get into places with, but a service animal. And the Film Society violated the Americans with Disabilities Act by prohibiting us from coming in. So that's also an issue that needs to be addressed. And I'm not saying that because I care about me. I mean, we do care, but it's an issue. So it's not open and shut and as simple as it's been put out. Jan and Steve. Jan has been reaching out to me since April about asking if there's a way to get some days back that were lost for filming in the last year or two. And again, nothing's open and shut. That seems to make sense to me. If people have been deprived of an opportunity to use their properties in a way that they're entitled to use them under our law, and because of COVID-19, they couldn't, it seems to me that's something the city ought to try to accommodate, if within the bounds of the law it can. So I I passed on those requests multiple times to the city because it's nothing we can do unless it's brought to us. Still hasn't been brought to us. All right, now, over the past 2 weeks, I've engaged in multiple communications with residents about the importance of the Malibu mission statement and vision statement. Westward Beach has come up multiple times. The Picasso timeshare interest being sold in Malibu has been an issue. The city manager recruitment process, the selection of the ceremonial mayor of Malibu, and the ceremonial mayor's public announcement that he's been engaged in discussions with representatives of the government of Qatar about some sort of financial matter involving Malibu. Now, significantly, there's a common theme running through almost all of these communications. Namely, Malibu is a small rural residential town on the edge of the second largest city in the country. And it's a struggle to maintain the environmental integrity and personality of this coastal village that is under assault from all sorts of special interests, including special interests represented by members of the city council. With respect to the mission statement and vision statement, it is noteworthy that a resident aligned with certain members of city council wrote on social media this weekend that the mission statement is, quote, irrelevant, close quote, to Malibu in the 21st century. In response to that sort of thinking, I will repeat what I've said before and what Bill Sampson has said. The mission statement and vision statement are ordinances of the city of Malibu. Specifically, they're codified in sections 17.02.030 A and B of the Malibu Municipal Code, which is one of the first sections of the zoning code. And they provide the prism through which all zoning decisions ought to be made. And that includes interpretive guidance whenever issues arise that the staff believes to be ambiguous. There's also section 17.02.020, the prior section, titled Purpose. That states that the zoning code is designed, among other things, to protect and enhance the quality of the natural environment, to promote a physical environment which protects the city's unique natural environment, to protect and maintain the existing overall low density residential nature of the community, and preserve the integrity and character of the residential neighborhoods, to provide adequate light and air, and to avoid excessive concentration of people and overcrowding of the land. If residents of the city believe the Malibu mission statement and vision statement are relics of the past, they're free to pursue a ballot initiative to strike them from our law. So long as the mission statement and the vision statement remain the law of Malibu, however, they command the respect of the city staff and the city council, and they need to be honored in every development proposal presented to the city. And that includes, that also is related to the issue at the synagogue that we were talking about earlier. Now, with respect to Westward Beach, I understand nothing's going to occur unless and until a proposal is submitted to us, the city council. So I'm going to wait until that occurs to discuss my specific views. I will say, however, that I'm going to be opposed to any project that's not in harmony with the vision statement and mission statement, which don't support trading Sandy Beach and other beachfront property for more tourist parking and other people coming into our city. It's just, that's not what our mission statement and vision statement are about. Picasso timeshares are a relatively new development that threaten the peace and tranquility of Malibu and its residents. They also weaken the strength, the tie of our community. Picasso didn't just pop up in the last few weeks. During a city council meeting a year ago, I asked that the city attorney look into ways in which Malibu can prevent or at least regulate this undesirable development. I've yet to hear anything constructive in that regard. As I said a year ago, if we don't do something sooner than later, it will be too late. A year has now passed. And it's the same thing happened with short-term rentals, which prior city councils have wrongfully embraced to secure millions of dollars of revenue for the city. That, in essence, is dirty money when one considers the mission statement and the vision statement. Okay, because we'll be discussing the city manager recruitment process later tonight, I'm not going to speak in any depth about that now, but I will say someone on the city council has been unlawfully leaking sensitive information from our closed sessions. I've seen written reports and communications from members of the public that include information that can't possibly be known without knowing what has occurred in closed sessions. If anyone knows who's leaking the information, I encourage them to speak up, even if on a confidential basis. I believe I know who's doing it, but I lack evidence to support my belief, and I'm not going to speculate. I've had multiple communications with residents who are incensed with the unbridled exercise of raw power by 3 members of the city council last week in connection with the selection of the ceremonial mayor for the next cycle. Unlike Karen, who seems to believe there's meaning in mindlessly reciting words that people who dislike me have used to describe me, I won't waste everyone's time reading the choice words used by many people to describe Karen, Mikey, and Paul over the past 2 weeks. I don't think that's an appropriate way to conduct ourselves. I will say, though, that in contrast to the way I've been treated by the city council, who are the other people that our residents have elected us, after I was elected, Chuck Becerra, who just recently left us, and I wish him our best and have already, he reached out to me to discuss my stance on dealing with people living unhoused in Malibu and my difficulties with the now former city manager at the time. He was incredibly supportive of my endeavors in both regards, as well as other initiatives I was pursuing. Chuck got Jim Braden involved, and the 3 of us had multiple meetings and many more conversations about various public safety issues. He even arranged for Steve and me to meet with the sheriff to discuss our efforts respecting the homelessness situation in Malibu. Last week, Chuck sent me a message advising me of his departure and identifying Lieutenant Fender as his replacement. And Lieutenant Fender, welcome you. I look forward to meeting you as well and hope that we'll have a good working relationship. Chuck closed with the following. He said, Bruce, I want to add that you've made more progress and have done more for Malibu than all your predecessors combined. I don't usually toot my own horn. This is what Chuck had to say for me. He said, Malibu's past city leaders through their council appointment were all ceremonial. You're the first to act like a leader. So I thank you. Keep my number handy and call me anytime. And then he closed with something he's been telling me since we began tackling the homelessness issue. The first one through the door gets bloody. Stay in the fight. Good always prevails over evil. Thank you, Chuck. I believe in all those things. Over the past few weeks, I've also heard from multiple residents who are appalled by the public announcement by our ceremonial mayor on February 14 that he's engaged in discussions with representatives of Qatar about a potential investment in Malibu to finance a sports facility. Qatar has been and continues to be criticized by Amnesty International, among others, for its human rights and civil rights violations. It's a country governed by Sharia law, which discriminates, to say the least, against women and the LGBTQ+ community. There is no way that Malibu should be associated with such a government, at least not without the entire city council first deciding to do so after hearing from the public, and I'd be shocked if that resulted in an affirmative decision to deal with such an organization. I, for one, am opposed to any further discussions of the cert Paul announced at the last meeting, and I'm hopeful that the other members of the city council agree with me. But in any event, they shouldn't exist, they shouldn't occur, and they certainly shouldn't be publicly discussed unless we as a council are discussing them. The mayorship is ceremonial. The mayor is one council member among equals. Lastly, I was watching a city council meeting from another city that is larger than Malibu, and I was impressed by the fact that the city council acknowledged and discussed written comments received from members of the public. In my view, those comments are as important as those made orally during a city council meeting, and we ought to be addressing those comments in some fashion, not simply disregarding them. At a minimum, we should identify the fact that they were made and identify their subject matter. This could even be accomplished in the minutes, which often provide extensive description of the public oral comments, but there's not any mention whatsoever of the written submissions, not even how many are submitted and what the gist of them is. So I'd like to see that in the future. I think we should acknowledge what we hear in writing from our residents, because a lot of them don't have the ability to participate in a city council meeting. When we're meeting live, a lot of them can't physically come. And even at Zoom at 6:30 on Monday night, some can't do it. So those are my comments for this week. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. I'd like to start with Picasso. Picasso is a scheme that I have denounced since it was first created. I've been interviewed by several newspapers, and in every one of them I've said that it is nothing more than a timeshare and a way to build a business of being a property manager for these companies. It's not a good deal. It doesn't make any sense. And I still, in spite of the fact that I've filed a formal complaint with the Department of Real Estate of California, which they have acknowledged receiving, cannot understand why they don't have to do the normal things that a timeshare has to do. They also are not doing any of the things they have to do to have a subdivision. if I want to subdivide a piece of property into 4 or more parcels, I would have to comply with the rules of a public report, pinks and greens, these various things that you have to do so the person buying the property or buying the interest in the property knows what they are buying into and what their long-term possibilities are going to be. I think that it's going to end badly for everyone who invests in Picasso. And I have sent information about the, I think it was Sonoma law that was passed to the city attorney and the city manager and asked them if we can do something like this. And I think it's something we ought to do. We ought to make their way as difficult as possible, because right now there's a huge industry of people who are promising to get people out of timeshares. And I think that's going to happen to Picasso as well. And I can't imagine that it's going to function in any kind of a reasonable length of time. As far as being able to use the days that for filming that they weren't able to use, I can remember when the limitation on the number of days was passed by a previous city council. And there's something in the federal tax law that says if you rent your house for 14 days a year or less, it's not taxable. And that, I believe, was how they came up with the 14 or 15 days that we have as a limit. It doesn't, if we're going to do that, we would probably want to take some testimony from neighbors and anybody else who might be interested in it. As far as the Film Society situation is puzzling to me. When the Film Society was originally formed, it was discussed at the city council and with the planning department at that time, and it was all agreed that what they were going to do was totally within the capabilities and didn't require a temporary use permit or conditional use permit at all. And I don't know who decided to interpret the law differently than that previous group did, but we certainly didn't participate in changing the interpretation here at City Council. So I'm interested in hearing more about that. And I've never been a member, but I have gone to several of their things, and I always thought they were great, very interesting. And it really, the need for them since our theater closed is even greater. I'm glad that the COVID rate is dropping. I'm hopeful that we will soon be able to behave in a different fashion than we behave right now. Like to welcome Joe Fender and Chad Waters and Drew Smith to the meeting tonight. And I look forward to hearing from them at future meetings as well. And I see Steve McClary has his hand raised.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to very briefly respond to a couple of quick things, just informationally. Staff has been working on getting a report that we can take to Zeracis regarding the TUPs, and we anticipate that we will have that scheduled with the Zeracis committee before the end of the month. Also, we will put together a report to City Council regarding the concerns that were raised this evening on the Film Society. So we will provide you a full report on that. And lastly, regarding the issue that was raised regarding the limit on the number of filming days, yeah, that matter first crossed my desk last week. We did take a look at it at the staff level, and we're not aware of anything that we can do to be able to extend further days. So staff's position is that we would need some direction from council to bring that back for consideration at a future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Bruce, I see your hand is raised.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were finished your comments yet, though, Paul. I just had a quick comment. All right, if I can, I forgot to say, you know, I wonder if we can, with respect to the Film Society, a perfect location that wouldn't disturb neighbors and which has the space and maybe the technology of City Hall. So until there's a performing arts center, which I've said in the past, I would like to see built perhaps with using our library money, a combination library and arts center. But in any event, I wonder if we could look into whether City Hall could be used, because that would be a perfect neutral location that wouldn't upset anybody. Because no, I mean, look, I live near there, but it wouldn't upset anyone because it's in the center of town, and that might be a solution. That's it.
Thank you, Bruce. Steve?
I just want to second the comment Bruce just made. I think it's a good idea.
Okay. Well, we'll have to get to the point where we can meet in person first before we open the City Hall to them, but yeah. Good. Okay, it's currently 8:25 and we are at 8:35, sorry. And I believe we finally made it to the consent calendar. Does anyone have anything they'd like to pull from the consent calendar? Or do we have any members of the public who want to pull something from the consent calendar?
No, you don't have any speaker signups for the consent calendar.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. Will you be kind enough to take the roll?
Councilmember Pearson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein,
Yes.
Councilmember Fair,
Yes.
Councilmember Euring,
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti,
Yes.
motion carries.
Okay. Can we hear a report? That takes us to item 5A, which is the Dark Sky Ordinance Program. Can we have a staff report?
Good evening, City Council. This evening, we bring to you an update for the Dark Sky Ordinance. Using the funds approved as part of the fiscal year 2021-2022 on the mid-budget, the Environmental Sustainability Department has issued a request for proposal for the Public Outreach Consulting Services, the lighting engineering. This happened on February 14 of 2022. Next slide, please. These consultants will help us develop the Dark Sky application process, as well as preparing the educational materials such as the handouts and coordinating the workshops. We believe that a successful public outreach program is critical to achieve a citywide compliance of this ordinance. We are proposing an outreach plan that will consist of media display ad, residential and commercial information postcards, preparation of handouts, and the public workshops. In addition, by obtaining the assistance of the lighting experts, we will be able to assist the members of the public in the streamlining process. On February 23, the city mailed close to 6,000 postcards. These postcards were sent to commercial and residential homeowners. We also updated the web page, and we did some social media posts. Next slide, please. We are anticipated and contemplating and envisioning to set up a more efficient and expeditious way of reviewing and permitting this process, possibly a one-step permit. Once the consultant is on board, the streamlined process can be developed and the application process can be completed. I'm anticipating bringing this process back once it's completed to the environmental subcommittee during the month of May, so we can get your feedback. Another item that I would like to mention is that there will be additional consultants services that will be needed in the review of the applications and the performance of the infill inspections, since building and the planning department do not have the qualified staff to take on this task.
Many property owners will be required an electrical permit to change the fixtures and to be in compliance with this ordinance. We are anticipated possibly closer to the 300 applications received for the remaining of this fiscal year. The cost of the consulting services will be offset on our revenue generated from the permit fees. We'll bring this item back on the fees during our budget for this for next fiscal year. That concludes my portion of the presentation. I'm passing it over to Tyler Eaton from the planning department that is gonna go over the other items.
Yes, thank you, Yolanda, and good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. The first step for city compliance remains with the service stations. 5 of 6 service stations in Malibu have applied for deviations from the dark sky ordinance, all with the same issue. Their gas station canopies are too close to the property lines abutting the right-of-way, and because of that, they are incapable of complying with the required 0.25-foot candle limit at that property line. In November of last year, staff retained the services of James Benya of Benya Burnett Consultancy to help the 5 service stations meet that trespass requirement. After extensive review and redesigns, Mr. Benya concluded that the service stations would need deviations under the current ordinance. He recommended that the ordinance be amended to allow for extra light trespass in the rights-of-way. So staff is seeking direction on whether to amend the ordinance per the direction of the consultant or to keep it as is, but allow the service stations to proceed with the deviation applications. Next slide, please. As Yolanda mentioned, once the consultant is on board, they will help us create a more detailed implementation process, but we are proposing that all commercial and institutional properties submit applications for city review. If their sites are not in compliance by the October 15 deadline, then they will be subject to code enforcement action. At present, the enforcement policy for a property in violation is that they will be subject to processing fees and will not be able to submit for any event permits or development permits until that issue is resolved. Another option is we could assess administrative citations. Administrative citations have the potential to be appealed, which could be subject to additional staff time and thus aren't the preferred method for enforcement. Residential properties will also come into compliance, of course, but they will not be required to submit applications. There could be cases where a homeowner already has dark sky compliant fixtures and all they may have to do is change out light bulbs to meet the 3000 Kelvin and 850 lumen specifications. Enforcement in the residential zones will be complaint driven per council policy number 43. And like the commercial zones, it will include fees and the property owner will not be able to submit for any development permits or event permits until they comply. Next slide, please. So I just quickly wanted to mention that the council will have to consider additional items in the 2022-2023 budget to account for implementation and enforcement of the ordinance. One thing we were directed was to look into Laguna Beach's ordinance, and we kind of did a read through and a comparison. It seemed less restrictive than ours. One highlight was that they do enforcement by this good neighbor policy, which only the affected neighbor can submit an enforcement request, and they can only do so after they try to resolve the issue civilly. It's kind of similar if you're familiar with the city's current view restoration procedure. Next slide, please. There's also direction from the council to possibly increase administrative citations for dark sky compliance. This would have to be brought back as a separate item in which staff can look into administrative citations as a whole, since they are not just tied to dark sky related projects. Next slide, please. So with that, staff is seeking direction on the approach to the service stations, the enforcement approach, if the administrative citation should be brought back as a separate item, and discussion on the implementation budget. That concludes our presentation, and staff and our consultant, James Benya, are here for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler. Do we have a member of the public?
Yes, you have 4 speakers signed up for this item. They are Bill Sampson, Cammie Winnicott, Pat Healy, and Craig Hill. We'll hear from Bill Sampson first.
Good evening, Bill. Are you available?
Yep, here I am.
We're here.
Sorry. I was just outside. I went out to see the Milky Way. I couldn't see it. People used, back when friends from in town would still visit us through a remarkable warp in the space-time continuum, they seem to believe that it is half as far from Malibu to Pasadena, for example, as it is from Pasadena to Malibu. So they don't come out much. I expected to go there. I don't blame them for the traffic. When they came here, when I got here, they would marvel at our skies. They say, I'd forgotten this existed. Does this really happen out here? And then we would laugh, and I would tell them, well, if we had sidewalks, they would have rolled up an hour ago, but we don't. We have one, I think we have one street light that's actually installed by probably Caltrans. It's down there at Broad Beach and PCH. But I can see the Milky Way. I just went out. That's why I was late getting to you. This is when we can see it. The new moon is upon us. The moon will not rise tonight for several hours. I will be long since in bed. I'm going to bed once I'm done with this diatribe. I have to swim in the morning. But, you know, whatever you can do, lean on them and get it done. I've got a very nice new neighbor. I don't even want to talk to her about the light that literally shines all the way across the street through the house and into our bedroom, because I just don't really want to antagonize her. So please get on this. She's otherwise very nice. She just doesn't know. She just got here. Somehow the light's off tonight. But I do appreciate, it's going to be hard. I'm sure I have lights that don't comply because they've been here for 60 years. And I've been here for 40 something. So I appreciate that help. There's somebody will come around and tell me if my fixtures are no good, I'll start replacing them before I have to. But get on this. It should have been done years ago. But thank you for at least getting this rolling. That's it. Thank you. I'm going to bed.
Thank you, Bill.
Our next speaker is Cammie Winikoff, followed by Pat Healy and Craig Hill.
Hi, Cammie. Are you available?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can.
Good evening, members of the City Council and staff. Getting the gas stations into compliance should be a milestone priority for Malibu's dark skies. I'm hopeful that tonight the City Council will agree to add Jim Benya language to the dark sky ordinance, so the gas stations and eventually commercial properties will be able to come into compliance with the dark sky ordinance LZ1 requirements. There is language that Jim Benya has provided that will likely fix the problem with the gas stations and commercial property compliance issues. He claims to have used it before and it has worked. The language I think I've sent in a letter is as necessary to comply with LZ1 of the DSO. The 0.25 foot candle trespass line will be moved to the center line of the adjacent roadway, except in the case of residential streets. Without adding this language, the gas stations and commercial property owners will be coming before the Planning Commission and the City Council with individual variance requests. This is not only an inefficient, unnecessary waste of time, it unfortunately might not yield the best results on a case-by-case basis. So I very much appreciate your consideration of this change to the DSO to get the gas station lighting underway. The gas stations and commercial properties are going to take care of the majority of the light pollution and trespass within the city. So I just don't want to take our eye off of the big issue here. Thank you.
Thank you, Cammie.
Our next speaker is Pat Healy, followed by Craig Hill.
Hi, Pat. Are you available?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, City Council. With respect to the gas stations, it's our understanding that there's no way to avoid the light spill into the streets. So the Coalition for slow growth supports Jim Benyu's recommendation. However, we'd like to add if there's light spill into ESHA buffer or open space, a hedge should be planted to mitigate the offsite spill. Residents should be given the option to bring their outdoor fixtures into compliance by getting a permit or to simply turn the lights off. Permit fees should be waived for this. I think it's a much better way of going if you're going to require a permit. The city should hire a part-time person who will drive Malibu. And if they find a property not in compliance, the city should speak to the resident owner, telling them how to correct the situation. And if they refuse to comply, meaningful fines should follow. Anyone should be able to file a complaint, not just the neighbor who doesn't like light trespass. After all, as Bill Sampson just said, the Malibu Dark Sky Ordinance was enacted to protect the night sky from light pollution so residents can see the stars, and to protect nocturnal animals who depend on the dark sky. A person filing the complaint should be able to remain anonymous. And also, if there's non-compliance, meaningful fines should be enacted to guarantee that the ordinance works. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Pat.
Our next speaker is Craig Hill.
Hi, Craig. Are you available?
There I am. Hey, everybody. First, I agree with a lot of what I've heard, but neither I nor neighbors got a postcard. Okay, I have a number of quick notes for you. Enforcement can't be effective unless the community is involved, so education is key. There's a lot of ignorance. TV ads tout super bright LEDs to deter thieves, whereas sheriffs point out that bright lights help thieves to case the joint, see inside cars without flashlights to call attention. Best is a motion sensor that comes on for a minute or two, then goes off. Super bright lights are marketed at Home Depot, so people install them as porch lights. There's been a proliferation, especially along Eastern PCH, where every bright unshielded light is another distraction to drivers trying to focus, creating an area of high contrast that inhibits vision. Now, some areas of PCH feel like driving through a giant pinball machine. Also, the city's Dark Skies website has a brochure with examples of fixtures, but it's confused. They're supposed to be downward facing, yet several examples look like carriage lamps, which allow light in every direction except narrowly straight up. Please look again at Laguna Beach's brochure. They have examples that are correct. Also, we're seeing more string lights on landscaping, which is prohibited, yet we also get junk mail ads touting string lights on landscaping from local companies. Another part of education is the environmental aspect. Many may not appreciate that owls hunt better in the dark since ambient light allows rodents to see them coming. So put in bright lights if you want more gophers. So brochures and websites aren't enough. We need to empower community members to educate each other. And people are more likely to get involved if they feel they have some agency, a sense that they can make a difference. A way to create that is to allow violations to be reported anonymously so people can do it without fear that it might turn into a lifelong feud with their neighbor. That will increase compliance both by having more violators turned in and through a more active community educating each other. If necessary, a rationale to make dark sky violations an exception to the standard reporting policy is that lighting violations happen at night when code enforcement is never on duty. Also produce instructions for the public on how to make a proper report. For instance, are photographs required or what other evidence would be necessary? Have a form for them. Fines. The first violation should be a slap on the wrist, but fines should go up steeply beyond that to be persuasive. Finally, de minimis fixes shouldn't require a permit. It's simple to swap out one fixture for another. If a homeowner isn't confident to do it safely, they will sooner hire someone than risk burning down their own house. Yes, a permit is appropriate if you're pulling Romex, changing loads on the circuits, etc., but swapping a carriage lamp for a downward sconce is easy. So, wrapping up, we need to empower people to take an active role in education and enforcement. The two go hand in hand, and the city should be helping the community to help themselves. Thanks.
Thank you, Craig.
And we have one more speaker, Joe Drummond.
Hello, Joe.
Hi there. Thanks for listening. I just want to let you know that I have not seen one thing mailed or received one thing about dark sky. The only thing I've ever seen is on Nextdoor. So we do need more education on this. I don't think that requiring every person in Malibu to get a permit for their lights will be reasonable. I think that's kind of crazy. But if we are educated in what lights we need to replace, or what if there's times like that we can adjust our lighting schedule to, because I know we have a lot of burglaries and stuff in the neighborhood, so I think the light deters some of them at night. So but I just want it to be reasonable. It's already tough enough to get a permit in Malibu already. So that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe.
Mayor, I don't see any other raised hands in Zoom or have any other speaker signups, so that concludes public comment.
Okay, I guess that brings it back to the council. And who wants to kick it off? Karen.
I have a simple question for starters. Was there some problem with Big Rock receiving mail from the city? Is there a way to find that out? Because we've had 2 people in the Big Rock neighborhood saying they didn't get a postcard.
The postcards went out on the 23rd. I can check but we sent about 6,000. So if those, I'm making notes of the areas that our communities mentioned they did not receive. So we will follow up and make sure that they'll get it.
Okay, thank you. That's all I want to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Bruce?
Thanks, Paul. I'm not sure whether I should go now or wait, but I'll tell you, I've got very lengthy comments about this, and maybe it would be helpful for me to give you all of them now so that you can shoot at them, or maybe possibly agree, or I can wait until I hear from others. I'll leave it to you to decide what your preference is.
Whatever you want, Bruce, or I can let Steve go, since his hand is raised.
Well, let Steve go, then I'll go second.
All right. Steve?
Okay. I believe the staff recommendation for this is to include the change that Jim Benya mentioned in as part of the dark sky ordinance, and not make it part of a variance program where they got to come in front of the city planning commission and try and get deviations made. Is that correct, staff?
Yes, that is correct. And we have Mr. Benya available too, if there are any questions that you'd like to ask him.
Okay. When I get to the, I'll make a motion to agree with staff recommendation, because I think bringing this stuff back to the planning commission on a one-off basis will drive the planning commission nuts, will drive the city council nuts, because look, this is new language. So it's going to take a long time for everybody to sort of get their hands around what's going on here. And just before you get to Bruce, Bruce and I had a conversation, and I got some documents from him in terms of some of the concerns he had, and he's got some legitimate concerns. All right, he's mentioned some things that I think make some sense in terms of ways to go. But my take is, look, we've been playing around with these gas stations now for I don't know how many years, and they are the biggest abuser of this dark sky program that we've got in the city, and we've got to get that taken care of. So that's it. Although there may be different ways to get there, okay? I do believe that this is the most effective way. Following the recommendation of Mr. Benya, we will keep the lighting at these gas stations just below LZ2, which is important. And like I said, it will give us a chance to remove the biggest problem we've got with this dark sky ordinance. I want to come back later on and talk a little bit about compliance and how we're going to do that. Unless unless Richard, you guys have got a plan that says, here's the most effective way to get compliance in both the commercial and the residential areas done. Because what I have talked to people about and what people are recommending is that neighbors, if they think they got a problem, should be able to somehow contact the city anonymously, let them know that's going on, and then have the city go back out and try and talk to that person and see if they can't figure out how to get that lighting changed correctly. So with that, I'll let it go, Paul. Let Bruce go over, and I'll come back later on if that's okay.
Hey, Bruce, I'm ready. I got a pad.
Okay, great. So I want to say I have some lengthy and detailed comments about this subject. And in the past, when I had similar comments, I was criticized for not sharing them in advance in writing with the rest of you, rather than take up time at a meeting expressing them. When that's occurred, I've said, I can't do that, it's illegal. And notwithstanding my belief about that, I did write today to the city manager, the city attorney, and the city clerk, and asked if there was a way for me to share my comments and have them put in the record. I was told no, distributing the email in advance of the meeting would be problematic. It would be best to discuss everything at the meeting. So I don't have a choice. I'm going to follow the directions to follow the Brown Act, which I think we all should be doing. The headline is, I'm opposed to amending the dark sky ordinance to accommodate service stations that recalcitrantly refuse to abide by our law. Instead, I'd like to see the city sue to shut them down unless and until they change their tune and abide by the law. Don't give them discretionary deviations to which they're not entitled. Hold their feet to the fire. Deviations are akin to variances that some residents say the city hands out like candy. I agree. I doubt the service stations can make out a claim to an entitlement to a deviation. Let them try. If the deviation proposed by Mr. Benya to our law will work, that's the most they'll be able to get, not the minimum that we would just be handing them now with an amendment. So I oppose any change that weakens a law that our residents fought so hard to get and which prior councils fought hard to get. I'd also like to see stricter fines, especially for service stations and commercial properties when they are required to come online. Also for other violations of the municipal code, consider the millions in administrative citation fees the Coastal Commission imposes on people for refusing to abide by their law. As best I understand it, we can do that too. People respond when their feet are held to the fire. If a majority of the council is going to be willing to cut the service stations a break, I would urge you at least to subject the change in the law to conditions, such as being required to shut off their canopy lights altogether from an hour or so after sundown until an hour or 4 before sunrise, unless a patron is actually purchasing fuel at the station. They don't need these lights on for advertising. That's an accommodation. They only need them for security and safety. And there's very few people, as I'm going to explain a little later, that are actually going to be at service stations in Malibu at 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night. So our dark sky shouldn't be impaired so that a service station can advertise to the lone person driving around Malibu streets late at night. All right. I'm going to start with my own experience. Bill Sampson spoke about seeing the Milky Way. I grew up in Philadelphia. I used to go to the Franklin Institute Planetarium and see the Milky Way. I thought that was something that could only be seen with a high-power telescope. I never knew that really was something you could see with your naked eye standing on the planet Earth. One day in my late 40s, I visited Death Valley on a journey with my 2 sons. I couldn't believe my eyes. There it was. There really was a Milky Way that I could really see. It didn't require a high-powered telescope. It didn't even require binoculars. It was just staring me right in the face. Mm-hmm. I now live in the City Hall area. Actually, before my house was damaged substantially, I lived in the City Hall area. I can't see the Milky Way there. I can't even see a lot of the more vivid constellations there because of light pollution from the commercial areas and from gas stations, service stations. I've moved to Sycamore Park temporarily because my home is being repaired. And I can see a lot more of the sky here, but still not as much as I saw in the desert, but a lot more. So different areas of Malibu have different ability to see the sky, and it's because of the lights. Now, anyone who lives near a service station, if we give them accommodations, is never going to see the Milky Way. I don't know what they're going to see, but they're not going to see that. In any event, the staff is seeking direction from council on whether to amend the city light trespass requirements or process a deviation request for the remaining stations. It's an interesting combination of choices. There's, of course, the third alternative, namely enforce the law as enacted, no deviation or amendment. Now, I'm going to begin with the following 4 points about that. 1, our dark sky ordinance is aggressive in its goal of protecting the environment, wildlife, and natural beauty of Malibu in accordance with Malibu's vision statement and mission statement. I talked about them before. 2, between 2014 and 2018, Mr. Benya worked with the city staff in developing our dark sky ordinance. At that time, Mr. Benya recommended less restrictive provisions for commercial areas, which include the service stations. Based on community input, the city staff rejected that recommendation respecting commercial areas, and the city staff's recommendation was later accepted by the Planning Commission and the City Council following a lengthy and thorough public hearing process, which we're certainly not going to have tonight. A few months ago, the city retained Mr. Benya as a consultant to help the city staff bring service stations into compliance with the dark sky ordinance. 4, Mr. Benya is now recommending the City Council revise the dark sky ordinance to adopt a less restrictive provision for service stations. The same less restrictive provision he previously recommended that was rejected by the city staff, the Planning Commission, and the City Council following a robust public hearing process. I don't know about others. I don't view it as helping to bring service stations into compliance with the law to give them an exception from the law or change the law any more than I viewed bringing the Malibu country into compliance with the law to change the zoning for the inn and give them all kinds of variants. You can bring people into compliance with the law by making them comply with the law, not by letting the law comply with them. Now, and anecdotally, I was recently hired to work on a high stakes litigation matter and to help develop a strategy to accomplish a specific objective. After substantial deliberation of the pros and cons of the various strategies, the client settled on a strategy I thought would be very difficult to pursue, possibly not capable of being pursued. But after I articulated my views, the client said, well, I want to do it this way. At that point, my job was no longer to be a naysayer and explain why we should do it differently. My job was to get it done. And we did get it done. We put our heads together, we worked really hard, and we found a way to accomplish the objective that the client wanted accomplished. We didn't say, I told you before this is too difficult, let's make it easier. Now, the staff report states near the top of page 4 that 1 of 6 service stations in Malibu has brought itself into compliance with our existing law. The other 5 have not. This is what the staff report says. These gas stations cite the same issue of complying with the trespass limit, that their existing non-conforming gas pump canopies are too close to property boundaries, making them incapable of restricting light trespass onto adjacent parcels. After noting that we hired Mr. Benya in November to assist the city in bringing the service stations into compliance with the law, the staff report states the following. After several attempts to achieve compliance with the current light trespass requirement, Mr. Benya confirmed that due to the location of existing gas pump canopies, which abut the public right-of-way, there's no feasible way for the gas stations to meet the trespass requirement as written in the dark sky ordinance without a deviation being issued. The staff report also states then at the bottom of the page 4, it's been demonstrated that they cannot comply with the code. I disagree there's been any such demonstration. This is why Cami and Pat, though, tonight have been hoodwinked into supporting a weakened form of a law that they fought so hard to get adopted, because they're being told it cannot be enforced. That is not true. There was some discussion of service stations in connection with our decision in December to extend the deadlines for compliance with the ordinance for commercial and residential properties. At that time, I inquired how our ordinance compared to the ordinances elsewhere. The following week, Richard Malika answered my inquiry as follows. There's an email chain I wanted to share with you all. Jim Benya, who is our consultant, spoke with me this morning and described our ordinance as one of the strictest ordinances, with the exception of ordinances for areas surrounding observatories. What is different about Malibu is that our ordinance identifies the entire city as LZ1. Most cities have a mix of lighting zones, and oftentimes in commercial areas, the LZ1 designation is not applied unless there's a special resource, such as sensitive wildlife areas. Okay, so I understood from Richard's email that our ordinance is stricter than the ordinances in most other places, but it's not unique. And there are service stations elsewhere that are required to comply with requirements of the type in our ordinance. To be certain that my understanding was accurate, I asked Mr. Benya the following. This is in writing. I want to know whether gas stations in Malibu are being required to reduce or alter their lighting in a manner that is more dramatic than anywhere else. If so, I can understand their professed difficulty in coming into compliance. If not, however, I don't understand the difficulty because other gas stations elsewhere obviously have figured it out. And apparently one in Malibu has figured it out. I didn't say that, I'm adding that. If that's the case, I can't understand why we continue to delay finding the gas stations and or taking legal action to shut them down until they are in compliance with our law. In response to my very specific question, are there any gas stations that have managed to comply with this law? Mr. Benya offered a discussion of the pros and cons of strict regulation, but he never answered my question. The closest he came was the following, and I quote, "The service station industry purposely causes light pollution well in excess of the amount of light needed for fueling because they create beacons they can be seen for miles. To your point that gas stations elsewhere have figured it out, it's been my experience that unless forced to meet a local restriction, they not only have not, but they purposefully cause excessive light pollution to attract business. The implication of this statement is service stations elsewhere have managed to comply with the type of requirement we have, but only when forced to do so, not by giving them deviations." Additionally, Mr. Benya volunteered the following. This is important. I'll come back to it later. "I'd like to point out that it is likely that Malibu will encounter a similar problem with any commercial property immediately abutting the sidewalk." He also added, "You should develop a complementary sign ordinance because a lighted sign will almost certainly cause light trespass in excess of the 0.25-foot candle allowed maximum." But I don't think that's in our report anywhere. The point about other commercial properties is important. I'm going to come back to that later. Now, in support of the proposal to relax the strict but achievable requirements of our law, Mr. Benya offers the following observations. Again, this is in his communications, written communications to me, which Steve was copied on. Quote, "The Malibu community's concern for the quality of its environment is unusually strong, and like the employees of the U.S. National Park Service and a few other communities in North America, Malibu's commitment is at the leading edge of maintaining the balance between human and natural lives and the everyday demands of business and commerce." That's a quote. Mr. Benya said, "The ordinance today is based on the theory that the entire community of Malibu would be LZ0, which applies to beaches and Esha, and LZ1 everywhere else. That's commercial." He says, "I recommended LZ2 for commercial areas, which would have included all of the service stations and the commercial districts in the city." Remember, again, that was rejected. He then says, "The theory on which Director Blue set the entire community as LZ1 or less is admirable, but it's not entirely practical. I believe she wanted to ensure that service stations would not stand out like beacons in the wilderness, and I generally agree." Okay. He then offered 5 reasons for his recommendation that we should reverse our prior decision and relax the existing restrictions. And I'm going to tell you what they are. First, service stations, quote, "serve a community along its single thoroughfare, and PCH supports considerable traffic, including bus service." Second, every service station is adjoining a sidewalk that adjoins a curb lane on PCH or an immediate connector, where the curb lane is used for bus stops, drop-offs, right-hand turns in the presence of pedestrians, merging traffic and potentially parking. But still haven't heard anything about why this can't be done, I'll note. 3, service stations, quote, "require 10 times the light levels of commercial parking lots and generally have no surrounding land to provide a buffer for other properties." 4, relaxing the existing restrictions for service stations will, quote, "enable better illumination of the sidewalk and curb, as well as bus stop and entrance exit merge lanes, without encouraging light trespass that might affect nearby residents, including those living directly across the street." He also says the street side property line is always along a sidewalk of an arterial or collector, a place where light in addition to street lights and vehicles is generally considered a safety benefit. And then lastly, he says service stations, quote, "could not comply with the letter of the ordinance because it's physically not possible due to the extremely close juxtaposition of the service station canopies to the sidewalk, which is technically the property line." So those are the reasons he gave for not wanting to enforce the law and wanting to lessen the law. As I noted at the outset, I'm opposed to relaxing the ordinance as it pertains to service stations. I'm unpersuaded by any of those reasons offered by Mr. Benya, and I'm further concerned that relaxing the restrictions for service stations is a slippery slope that will lead to the relaxing of restrictions for commercial properties as well, as Mr. Benya himself suggested by saying it is likely that Malibu will encounter a similar problem with any commercial property immediately abutting the sidewalk. So accordingly, I hope to see proposed solutions for bringing service stations into compliance with the law as enacted, not ways to accommodate a business model that thrives on the destruction of the environment in the product it sells, in the manner the product is obtained and refined, and in the manner the product is marketed. Now, let's look at the 5 reasons why we should be changing our law. First point, service stations, quote, serve a community along its single thoroughfare, and PCH supports considerable traffic, including bus services, close quote. I fail to see why the fact that PCH supports considerable traffic has anything to do with the necessity of a service station having greater lighting than required by our ordinance, or a service station's inability to comply with our law. Nothing to do with either of those things. While service stations may thrive on bright lighting to attract customers, traffic on PCH does not require bright lighting from the handful of service stations on PCH to safely traverse the roadway. In fact, Craig Hill talked about that. Maybe it's even a distraction. If anything, it may be a distraction to vehicles traveling at night, not a benefit. Moreover, the number of vehicles that travel on PCH in the evening pales in comparison to the daylight traffic. I question how many vehicles on average use the handful of service stations in Malibu in the evenings, especially even with their bright lighting, and particularly after, let's say, 10 p.m. or so. We should have information on that. Additionally, if there's any true need for the entrance exit cuts of service stations to be lit as a matter of traffic safety, which I question, that could be accomplished by low lighting that is strategically placed at the entrance exit cuts. You know, little lights that you have in the curb, that's more than enough to see that. The same is true for buses, particularly when very few buses traverse PCH in Malibu in the evening, and none, so far as I know, do it after 10 p.m. or so. There's a bus stop, there's a bus stop on PCH only at 2 service stations in Malibu. And the safety of people waiting for buses can be secured again by minimal lighting at the stop itself. And we don't have lights at bus stops elsewhere throughout Malibu. So that's just it's what they call, it's a straw man argument. It's just an argument that's being set up to support something that has nothing to do with it. The second point, every service station is adjoining a sidewalk that adjoins a curb lane on PCH or an immediate connector where the curb lane is used for bus stops, drop-offs, right-hand turns in the presence of pedestrians, merging traffic and potentially parking, close quote. Again, the point about bus stops is a red herring. Only 2 service stations have a bus stop. Same is true of drop-offs. There's no evidence that these occur with any greater frequency where there are service stations than anywhere else in Malibu. It's also the case that every service station in Malibu is located at an intersection where there's a traffic signal. So I fail to understand the concern for right-hand turns in the presence of pedestrians. Again, very few of them will be walking by a service station on PCH in the evening, and even fewer will be doing so after 10 p.m. or so. Additionally, cars are parked on PCH throughout much of the 21 miles, much to the chagrin of many of our residents, in which the roadway runs through Malibu, and there's no professed need to have brighter lighting there's no need to have brighter lighting in the handful of locations where a service station exists, unless there's a need to have brighter lighting throughout the entire stretch of PCH. No one's advocating that, and I think we'd all be opposed to that. Mr. Benya's third point is that service stations, quote, require 10 times the light levels of commercial parking lots and generally have no surrounding land to provide a buffer from other properties. What's the source of that statistic? 10 times the light levels are required. Is this added light needed to safely operate the gas pumps? Or is this a part of the marketing of the product? Or is this for some other reason? If brighter lighting is required for the safe operation of a service station, which I sincerely doubt, why can't that lighting be such that it goes off when there's no customer fueling a vehicle, which is most of the time in the evening in Malibu? Mr. Benya's fourth point is that relaxing the existing restrictions for service stations will, quote, enable better illumination of the sidewalk and curb as well as bus stop and entrance exit merger lanes without encouraging light trespass that might affect nearby residents, including those living directly across the street. And he also says, again, the street side property line is always along a sidewalk of an arterial or collector, a place where light in addition to street lights and vehicles is generally considered a safety benefit. I may be missing the point, I believe that's pretty much the same point that as Mr. Benya's second point. But I note there are substantially more areas of sidewalk of an arterial or collector throughout Malibu that are nowhere near a service station. Again, no one's advocating that we have lights throughout Malibu. The safety benefit of greater lighting has not been promoted as a reason to justify increasing the light intensity anywhere else. If better illumination of a sidewalk, curb, and exit or entrance cut is required to improve vehicular or pedestrian safety, Mr. Benya's point might help me get over my opposition to relaxing those restrictions to accommodate service stations, but I'm not persuaded, and I doubt any of you are persuaded, that better illumination is required as a matter of public safety at these 5 service stations at night in Malibu. His final point is that service stations could not comply with the letter of the ordinance because it's physically not possible due to the extremely close juxtaposition of the service station canopies to the sidewalk, which is technically the property line. Okay, now to this, I reply that virtually nothing's impossible when proper effort is devoted to its accomplishment. Why, for example, do service station lights need to be fixed to the canopies at all? Why can't lights be placed lower within the area covered by the canopy? Why can't lights be placed on the canopy that are angled into the area below the canopy and not directly downward, which helps advertising? Why do the handful of service stations in Malibu require canopies at all? Why can't the size of the canopies be reduced to accommodate our law with the size and dimensions of the service station properties? Now, I asked Mr. Benya all of those questions in writing on December 26th, every one of them. Craig Hill added some additional questions the next day. Among others, both Craig and I copied Steve McClary, Richard Malika, and Tyler Eaton on our emails of December 26th and 27th of last year. Mr. Benya responded on December 27 as follows. Hi, Craig and Bruce. You're asking some very good questions. I'll review these with Richard and Tyler tomorrow. After that, I heard nothing further from Mr. Benya or anyone else. Instead, this item simply appeared on the agenda for this meeting 2 months later. We asked very good questions. They're not answered in this report. We didn't hear them in the presentation. I didn't get an answer to the questions that were acknowledged to be very good questions. They still remain unanswered. In addition to the foregoing, I note Mr. Benya's comment that unless forced to meet the local restrictions, service stations not only have not, and he, by the way, he wrote not in all caps, but they purposefully cause excessive light pollution to attract business. That's unsurprising. It's precisely why Malibu hired Mr. Benya as a consultant to help us find ways to force the service stations to meet our local restrictions, not to continue to advertise as they wish. As previously noted, I'm also concerned that relaxing the requirements for service stations will be the proverbial camel's nose under the tent that will lead to relaxing the requirements for others, for commercial properties. As Mr. Benya noted, it's likely that Malibu will encounter a similar problem with any commercial property immediately abutting the sidewalk. I think that needs to be considered in a considered way before we go ahead and create a precedent for service stations and acknowledge they can't satisfy this. And then we have to, a year from now, consider further amendments for the commercial properties. If we relax the requirements for service stations based on Mr. Benya's arguments, what basis will we have for declining to relax the requirements for other similarly situated commercial properties, which are more numerous than the handful of service stations in Malibu? And if we then relax the requirements for some commercial properties, how can we fairly maintain more stringent requirements for other commercial properties? And then what about people in residences who also will have complaints? We're going down a slippery slope. We have a law that was adopted after careful consideration, many years, public hearings, and now we're being asked on a whim to change it because 5 recalcitrant service stations refuse to get in line. I'm frustrated by the fact that Mr. Benya was retained to help service stations come into compliance with the law we adopted, which is more stringent than the law he had recommended, and he's now recommending that we relax the service restrictions and go back to what he recommended in the first place. He's not trying to help us get where we want to be. He's re-arguing the thing that he lost already years ago, and he's claiming, I don't even get it. On the one side, if they can't do it, on the other side, yes, they can do it, but they don't want to do it, and it's complicated. Okay, they don't want to do it, it's complicated. Make them do it. The law should not be permitting scofflaws to do whatever they want to do. On the other hand, I do appreciate Mr. Benya's suggestion that we should develop a complementary sign ordinance because a lighted sign will almost certainly cause light trespass in excess of the 0.25 foot candle allowed maximum. I don't know why that's not included in the ordinance already. I don't know why that's not something that's being brought to us at a time when we're being asked to weaken the law. I know even our street signs in the Civic Center area, the bright blue street signs are probably brighter than they should be. And again, it's not just the sky, although the sky is important. It's not just the sky, the ability to see the sky. It's ESHA, it's wildlife, it's our environment in general, it's our mission statement and our vision statement. We've got 5 recalcitrant service stations that we don't even really need all in operation. Let's make them comply with the law. So again, sorry for the overly long, I don't think they're overly long comments. I wanted to share them with you in writing so that we could all then have an informed discussion, but the Brown Act precludes that, so I have to do it this way.
Thank you, Bruce. Mikey, you have your hand raised?
Yep. I'm going to start off my comments by finding common ground with Bill Sampson. I grew up just a little bit west of where Bill lives, and great memories with my dad of going out onto our property. Had this piece of plywood that we put in a certain spot, a certain hole, so we could always set up the scope and look at the sky. And when I was a kid, the Milky Way was spectacular in Western Malibu. Absolutely spectacular. Never forget that. Glad Bill got to experience that as well. I think what I'm about to do here, if I understood him correctly, was second Steve Urian's motion. I, like Steve, though I was a planning commissioner at the time, spent a lot of time on this dark sky ordinance. And it was really, really important. It seems like 100 years ago, probably was. And the big players was certainly Cammie Winikoff, and having her get Jim Benya to come in was amazing. One of the world's foremost experts on dark sky ordinances. Though I have no desire for any light spill at all, at the same time, I want to get things done. And if one of the world's foremost experts in this subject says this is a way that we can get this done, I'm fine with it. If the light spills only, we're not talking about turning the lights on brighter, we're talking about light spill going a little bit into the highway. I just want to correct that. And I'm not opposed to making sure it's blocked going the other way. Though, as I remember, most gas stations, there's some sort of facility there, like a gas station, so the light doesn't tend to go the other way. There may be exceptions to that. I'm thinking of Trancas, the gas station near me. I think the worst offender in the city, I assume, because it is so unbelievably glaring. I look forward to seeing progress being made on that. Absolutely. So I believe I'm seconding Steve's motion, if I understood it correctly, which was to follow Mr. Benya's recommendation so we can get this done. My further worry, excuse me here, I agree with the outreach program on dark skies. And if we need to addend it or amend it at some point, great. Obviously, it's going to take a great deal of education. I agree. And I appreciate the thought that went into that. Excuse me, I want to read a couple of things here. How to proceed with enforcement on the ordinance, I think, is fairly black and white to me on gas stations and commercial. I am concerned with residential. I don't agree that people should be allowed or encouraged to change their own light fixtures. I know some of them are simple, but then again, I'm a junior electrician. And I also know I ran into an issue lately at my house that was pretty complex, and I had to bring in an electrician on something very simple. So I don't think making that assumption is safe. Some of these homes are older, and that's where we run into an issue. We have a lot of homes that may need help here. And I would agree that we find a way to make those fees less than normal or zero if possible. I don't know if grants are available, but I think that I worry about the massive amount of homes that might need to comply. And I don't know the answer to that. I am concerned with this interesting concept of anonymous reporting. I mean, basically, you might as well just, hand out ticket books and give them to about 3 people in this town. They can just drive around to every house and report on everybody. That's what it feels like would happen. There has to be a better way. Laguna Beaches is not a bad way to start. But you know what? I quote Cammie in my conversation today because I told her how worried I was about this. And her comment back to me, I thought was a good one. She obviously wanted me to agree with Benya's recommendation. And this one, including commercial properties. Her quote here was, the biggest culprits are gas stations and commercial properties. That's 80% of the issue, as I'm told. Well, if that's true, let's take care of 80% of the issue right now. That would be my first priority. I know we want to there are some homes, I've seen them that need to be taken care of. But I would really like if we can somehow tonight at least prioritize how we're going to deal with commercial. And I guess gas stations are commercial. And so I believe, like I said, I'm seconding Steve's motion. And those are my comments right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikey. So we have a motion and a second. And so I imagine it's open for discussion. So I'm going to start my portion of the discussion by asking Mr. Benya if I can ask him a couple questions. Are you here, Mr. Benya?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. My first question, the gas station lights, what specific type of lights are they using? I know that there are some fluorescents I've seen in them. I don't know what else there is.
I haven't inspected these gas stations. I haven't been to any of them in a while. Gas stations tend to use either metal halide lights, which are very bright white lights, or they use fluorescent lights. These gas stations could be either, although I expect most of them to be metal halide.
Okay. Then the next question is, if their canopies were extended, the fascia of the canopies were extended downward an extra foot or two, would that lessen the amount of light spill onto the roadway?
No. I investigated that possibility, and the problem really is that they're using fully shielded downlights in their proposed designs that are throwing light away from the street towards the gas pumps. But what happens is that light hits, among other things, the car, the concrete on which the car is parked. It hits the gas pumps. It is reflected back up. It is reflected downward off of the canopy, and it bounces a little ways out towards the street. Not very far, but because, as I pointed out in my reports, the juxtaposition of the canopy is right up against the sidewalk in most cases. It's not a lot of light that's trespassing. We're talking about under a foot candle in areas where the street lighting is probably 2 or 3 foot candles. Okay. So it would be a noticeable amount of light trespass, not to mention the fact that it's a very small amount, but it is more technically than the ordinance.
If these people were to comply with this latest deviation that you're talking about, how much will the existing brightness be reduced of those? They're going to change the output of the fixtures they've got, I would imagine.
The designs already reduce the light levels by about, on the average, I'm estimating 50 to 65%. So they are going to reduce the light levels. So they are going to confine the light more to the canopy. That was part of the report that I submitted. You could take a look at some example pictures of places where this has already been done. We're also they're going to be shifting to 3000K lights in compliance. Right now, the existing lights are probably 4000K. So they're going to be doing a number of things. They're also going to be required by code to dim the lights after some set time in the evening, probably 10 o'clock. So the lights are going to be dimmed significantly. You can't do that with the lighting systems they now have, but the new LED systems they can do, and they will. So many of the things that Councilman Silverstein has talked about are actually going to happen. We're really down to a principle of physics where they can't have light underneath that adequate for the task. Mr. Silverstein wanted to know, according to who? I'm going to say the Illuminating Engineering Society, which is an American National Standards Institute organization certified for developing American standards in lighting. So they're already complaining these light levels are too low compared to what they're used to doing all over the country that I've tried to explain. So we are taking every effort to mitigate anything that they do and to reduce it to as close as we can get under any condition already to the ordinance. And, all I'm asking is to move the trespass line from the curb, actually from the sidewalk, out into the street. Because from the principle of physics, we're just getting a little bit of spill light, less than a foot candle at the sidewalk. By the time we get out to the middle of the first lane, it's going to be below 0.25. And the reason why I pointed out in my report that this is going to occur with other commercial properties, if there is a building that is right on the sidewalk, if they have any exterior lighting at all, it's going to be non-compliant. So I'm trying to prepare you. I've been through this before. I had this exact same condition where I worked with the U.S. Green Buildings Council 14 years ago to get them to change their rules in LEED so that we could have reasonable lighting on the sidewalks adjacent to commercial buildings. And they agreed after about 3 or 4 weeks of exchanging emails. I was probably right. And the properties came out very nice. They don't create glare. They don't create trespass. But what they do is they provide just enough light where the public needs it. I saw that condition here, and as a professional engineer, when I see these situations, it's my job to call attention to them and light them if proper. And that's what we're doing. Remember too, that these lights have got to be dimmed at night. And you can set that dim period at 9 p.m. for whatever, if that's what you want. So many of the things that Councilman Silverstein wants to accomplish are already part of the codes that they have to meet. And I would see that they do it. So we're very close. We're not that far apart. I think he's made it sound a little bit more dramatic than it is. Oh, by the way, one other thing you need to all know about light pollution, the Milky Way and all that. I've been working on this topic pretty much for 22 years with the International Dark Sky Association. I was on the board of directors and I've been working on ordinances since then. Light pollution travels 150 miles from the source. Your light pollution isn't Malibu. Your light pollution is Los Angeles, folks. Okay, and other surrounding communities. And the only way you're going to reduce it is to reduce their light pollution. You're not the cause. You're just the effect.
Thank you, Mr. Benya. Can you identify the gas station that is currently in compliance?
The one that is currently in compliance is not on my list of those to check. One of them was already approved by the building department. I don't know who did it, but it was already approved. So it wasn't on my list of things to review. I have
Okay.
concerns about it, but I didn't review it.
Richard or Tyler, do you know which one that is? That we can look at and see this is what the rest of them will be like?
It's, if I'm not mistaken, it's the station, it's the Chevron station at PCH and Webb Way, correct, Tyler?
That's correct.
And one of the one other thing that we discovered is the current ordinance has the requirement that the lights be placed on a motion detector. And after, I believe it's 10 minutes, Tyler, it's in the ordinance, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right.
And so if you do look at that station and you wonder why it seems like the lights are on all the time, we had our staff out there. I want to say, I think Doug got out there about 4:30-ish in the morning. Tyler, am I right on that? 4:30?
Yeah, sometime in the early morning. Yeah, when it was
He
dark,
got there
so.
about 4:30 and stayed till the sun rose. And what Doug found was that just as we were coming up on the 10-minute mark, somebody would come in and set off the motion detector. And so apparently the lights were on for the whole time, is my understanding, because it just, as hard as it is to believe, and I would think that, that early in the morning, there really shouldn't be too many people coming through, but it seemed like once every 10 minutes, somebody trickled in just enough to, or drove through, or whichever, just long enough to trip the motion detector, and the lights kept turning on. But it would be that Chevron station.
Thank you.
Yeah. If I could add as well, they complied on paper, but we haven't done a thorough final inspection because that requires a light measurement with a light meter, and we don't have the qualifications on staff, which is why we are also requesting the additional services from our consultant. So part of Jim Benya's contract, he was going to do a final inspection on all the gas stations at one time to save him time, so he's not flying out to Malibu every time one gets approved. And then at that time, we were going to incorporate the Chevron here at the corner of Webway and BCH.
Thank you for taking the time to answer my questions. Does anybody else want to speak? Or Karen?
Thanks, Paul. I have a question about, in the staff report, it says, in addition, the city does not possess a staff member with light meter training and an understanding on how to conduct field evaluations with respect to photometrics. So I'm wondering how we're going to address that. And can anybody predict or estimate if this will be this person's full-time job, or if they will be able to engage in other work as far as compliance?
May I answer that?
Sure.
I do a lot of light measurements, and I do a lot of expert work, accident scenes, things like that, where I have to do forensic quality light level measurements. With the right equipment and a little bit of training, I believe that either planning staff or building department staff or somebody could actually be trained to do this. It's not very hard to do, but you have to be trained to do it exactly correctly with respect to the law and respect to physics. That's all. I would see that as being part of this RFP you have out now for additional consulting services. That person would do that. Would do that training, I should say.
Thank you, Jim. I see Yolanda has raised her hand.
Yes, I appreciate Jim Benya's feedback. I kind of want to remind council also that the RFP that is out right now is for the portion of the education and the public workshops and the handouts, a website that is robust, that can help the public clarify exactly what is going to need permitting and how we're going to go about it. A lot of information also, the questions has been around what is going to be the fee And that cannot be established right now until we have a complete process. But we're estimating possibly around the $360 per home. Could be a little bit higher for the commercial ones. As far as the inspections and the plan check, as I mentioned on the first portion of the presentation, nor planning nor building and safety has the lighting specialist that can do the review for a successful compliance. And yes, I understand with the light meter, somebody can go out there, but we are not light experts. When you have a very aggressive ordinance and you want everyone on the city to be compliant by October 15, and you have a fire rebuild going on, I am a little concerned with the expectations. And this has been the communications between Richard and I, how are going to be doing all of this. And so I want to make sure that we set up expectations, and also when somebody goes out there and inspect, it's not just a light meter. Who's going to do it at nighttime? Who inspectors are going to work 24 hours or 12 hours a day when we are already pretty much most of our time is being consumed with all of our fire rebuilds and all the work that we're seeing currently with just regular work. So it's a lot to consider, and that's why we are bringing this item to you. And for Richard and I is guidance and expectation. If he tells me, Yolanda, the fire rebuilds is not longer what I want you guys to prioritize, then we go full force on the dark sky compliance. I just need to know what way we're going to move forward. It's the implementation and the process for the compliance of this ordinance for the residential. We still in the process of coming out with the implementation. So it's a lot to consider, and I know I'm giving you a lot of not answers or options, but I just wanted to share where we are, and it's already March.
Thank you, Yolanda. Richard?
And just to wrap up on the question there from Councilmember Fair, one of the things that we did discuss with Mr. Benya was that as we move through the process with these gas stations, we could kind of engage and be part of Mr. Benya's inspection to learn about the techniques used to follow up and inspect these. And also Mr. Benya mentioned to us about training. So that is something that we can learn more about from him, as well as I believe we have a light meter from when we performed this dark skies work originally for the preparation of the ordinance. But as Mr. Benya explained to us and discussed, we would need to make certain that the city would have one that's been recently calibrated, or we'd have to make certain it's something that we can use to ensure that what we see in the field matches the expectations we see on the plans. So that is something that we can work on, but it's a new skill set for staff.
Thank you, Richard. I think Mikey has raised his hand again. Or is it still up?
It's back up. Just really quickly here. First of all, I don't know if Doug's here, but 4:30 code inspections, 4:30 in the morning. Wow, that's major commitment. Just somebody, if he's not here, let him know that I'm blown away. That's amazing. Sounds like he sat there quite a while too to check it out. So that's outstanding. It sounds like to me and I like the idea of the dim period, Jim. I think that makes all the sense in the world. I'd probably go 9 o'clock since I'm pretty much in bed by that, except for city council meetings. But I'm not married to whatever time that is. Open input. We seem to have a motion related to gas stations and commercial. If that's what Steve meant by his motion, I'm still not 100. It is, okay, he's nodding. That's what I thought. We don't seem to quite have direction yet on enforcement or fines. I don't know if anyone has a proposal there or if we're gonna push that forward and think about it more. It doesn't seem to have been a big topic of discussion overall, but we do have a motion, and that's it. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Bruce has raised his hand.
Yeah, thanks. I just had two quick questions. One is more for John Cotty, a process question. The report says staff is seeking direction from council on whether to amend the city's light trespass requirements or process deviation request for the remaining stations. Do we have the capacity right now? I think the motion is to amend the statute, or is that a different kind of process that we'd be initiating if that was the vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein, that'd be an initiation of an ordinance that would come back to you. You don't have the authority to do that tonight. It has to be introduced and then second read. So you'd be giving direction to staff to bring that back.
And then that would be subject to a regular public hearing process on any other amendment to a statute?
Correct.
Okay. And one question for Jim Benyuk, because I asked this before, I didn't get an answer. Maybe the answer is real simple. Why do the service stations need to have the lights fixed to the canopies? Why can't the lights be placed lower within the area covered by the canopy on a pole or somewhere else, so that it only illuminates the area where the pumps are and doesn't spill onto the street?
Glad you asked that question. Reason number one is fuel trucks and trucks in general. You've got to maintain clearance for that, so you really can't hang anything low over the automobile bays. Reason number two is the way the canopies are built. If a gas canopy is like a great big water collecting, I don't know what you want to call it, a box that collects water. What happens, in other words, it's got a flat bottom, but it's got sides, and it holds water, collects it, and takes it down through downspouts that are typically in the middle of and what's holding up the canopy. That way it keeps water not only from getting underneath the canopy, but it keeps water from collecting all over the deck all the way around the canopy. So it minimizes the amount of water that accumulates when it rains. It's a very standard national design. Almost everybody does. I shouldn't say everybody, never say always. But it's the standard design for the way they do gas station canopies for those very reasons. So the lights are recessed for number one, because you need to maintain the clearance for vehicles, and number two, because it's not a problem for them to stick up into this water collecting area because they're waterproof. I looked into every alternative we could to relight the gas stations a different way. And in addition to adding significant cost, it would add structural components that aren't part of a normal canopy. So instead of the cost being changing the lights, it'd be the cost changing the lights and changing the structure of the canopy. And I didn't think that was the intent of of what we're going through.
All right, thanks.
Okay, I think it's appropriate at this time to call the question. So we got a motion and a second.
Mayor Grisanti, if I could just clarify that motion. Councilmember Euring, you intended to make a motion to direct staff to process an ordinance revising the dark sky regulations. Was that based on the recommendations for gas stations and commercial driveways?
Yes.
Okay, then I have it. Thank you.
Okay. Can you take the roll, please?
Councilmember Euring?
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson?
Yes.
Councilmember Fair?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein?
No.
Mayor Grisanti?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Where are we on making some guidance? Did that incorporate the fiscal impact questions and authorize the hiring of the people?
Paul?
Yes.
Okay, my suggestion is the ordinance is going to come back to us. I think let's get the ordinance back, and then when it comes in, we got a compliance issue we got to deal with. We've got a hiring issue we've got to deal with. We've got a budget issue we have to deal with, and we ought to make sure that we're going to have the time to do those things correctly. Because if we do them incorrectly, we're going to make a whole bunch of people's lives very miserable.
Okay.
And I would prefer not to do that.
Okay.
I would agree with Steve. I'd agree. We have a bandwidth issue too.
Yeah.
Bruce?
Yeah. Are the administrative citation issues, is that something specific to the statute, or is that part of our general municipal code where we have administrative citations for violations of the code?
It is, it's general. It's chapter number 1.
Okay. That's what I thought. So I would like us to look into maximizing the administrative citations. As I said, I mean, you read about the Coastal Commission imposing millions of dollars of fines on somebody, you know, for over a period of time not complying with their law. I don't understand why we aren't capable of doing the same thing.
You can look at bringing that back, Councilmember Substein.
Thank you, Bruce. Karen?
Yes, I have a question based on the comments made by Yolanda. Yolanda, are you looking for direction from us on prioritizing staff's time? That was my interpretation of what you said.
Yes, and one of the items, just because we're gonna bring to you the work plan on this next fiscal year, but I'm just looking at the remaining portion of this year, and I'm just making council aware of everything that we have, and I just want to make sure that we are setting the expectations for council and the community, and we're doing what you're directing us to do.
Okay, thank you. Because as it stands right now, Woolsey fire recovery is the number 2 priority voted on by the council. So we're going to have to consider this along with that, in my opinion. And I want to make sure everybody, you know, is cognizant of that. So I agree. We need to bring the rest of this back.
Okay. Steve, did you want to say something?
This is real quick. I mean, right now we've got plans to hire a consultant to help us do the communication program. And with those things, we should be able to get those done in addition to the fire rebuilds. Is that a fair assessment, Yolanda?
That is a fair assessment.
Okay, so that's what we want. You want to make sure we get that process going, because that's the key, the launch pad to get all the rest of this stuff done.
And then tend to do this presentation for you, for all of you, and for the community, is assuring you that we are making the progress. It's just, I don't want to say false expectations that we have everything under control. There's still items that we're still working on. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think that I'd like to move on to 5B at this point. And I don't believe 5B will take long, and then I'd like to take a very short break. So we're supposed to receive an update on the current state and county health regulations and consider our options for resumption of in-person public meetings. And I believe that would be Steve, correct?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, member of the council. I'll keep my report brief. As you know, in my report, I did detail that we've seen a greatly reduced risk of or greatly reduced rate of community transmission rates, and hospitalization rates are dropping down. And of course, we have noted in the report the actions that the state is taking to start to roll back some of its restrictions. Of course, we fall under the restrictions that are set specifically for the County of Los Angeles, and of course for our employees, also what is set through Cal OSHA. And in my staff reports, I have noted the current restrictions that are in place in LA County. And LA County Health has also identified a number of landmarks or specific data points that would have to be reached in order to eliminate the indoor masking requirement. So we're not quite there yet. It looks like we're moving in that direction. We'll have to see where the next couple of weeks go, but we're hopeful to see that perhaps we might be able to see some action from the county health department that perhaps might further roll back the indoor masking requirements. Right now, though, as I stated, that's where we're at. We are still requiring masks in City Hall. We have not established any type of a screening procedure or anything like that, to comply with the new county's requirements. If we were to go that way, probably not recommending that at this point, just because the situation's rather fluid, and it would take us some time, I think, to come up with an adequate system to accommodate the new masking requirements that the county has put in place. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions. And of course, we're looking for direction from council tonight. As we've stated many times, we would need at least a month advance notice if we were to switch back to in-person meetings. And if we were to go with the hybrid route, we would need to come back to council with a little further details on how we could implement that.
Steve, do you think that the rate of change is such that a month from now is a realistic possibility?
I would say no longer than that, yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, I spoke before. I saw Mikey's hand is up and then Karen's.
Mayor, you do also
there
have
might be
3 speakers.
No.
3 speakers. Oh, I shouldn't have asked anything.
You should go first. Oh, wait. Obviously.
Speakers go first.
Okay, we have Lonnie Gordon, Norm Haney, and Colleen Baum. We'll hear from Lonnie Gordon first.
Hi, Lonnie, are you available?
I am available.
We can
Hold
hear you.
on. Can you hear me on my earphones or on my
can hear
computer?
you.
Okay, good. Just let me bring up my statement. It's very short. I know you always have long meetings. I'm speaking about this issue because it's important to many people who care about Malibu. The suggestion of meeting in person is fine for some people, but for many of us who are affected by ADA, we should be allowed to still meet by Zoom. So I'm suggesting a hybrid meeting format for those of us who cannot attend in person. Personally, you know I love our city and I want to be involved in the issues we face. But with my EMF sensitivities, there's no way I would be able to attend a meeting where everyone has a cell phone on and the auditorium is filled with Wi-Fi. This is just me, but others have issues just as concerning and difficult to deal with as mine. And I sincerely request that you take our issues into consideration and have hybrid in-person and Zoom meetings in the future. I'm going to throw in something else. Additionally, we, the residents, have not gotten a good response to our comments about the Southern California Edison and CPA bills. We need to get some answers, and I would really appreciate that. And I have also heard the rumor that there are going to be 2 more vehicle showrooms that have been suggested near the Tesla installation. I'm sorry, I'm almost
the
done.
agendized item is
Which have not been allowed in the first place, so I hope this is not true. And thank you for letting me add the extra things in. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Norm Haney.
Hi, Norm. Are you available?
I certainly am. And I want to thank all of you for your service. You spend a lot of time not being paid for by the city for the citizens' benefits, and we appreciate it. Let me move on. I think we should resume in-person meetings. I think that I actually was told that the plexiglass dividers between the council members and the planning commissioners are already in place. We can have 2 or 3 microphones that can be cleaned while one person's speaking, so that whoever speaks is assured that they will have a clean microphone. We can require proof of vaccination. We can stay 6 feet apart, and we can mask until such time as it's time for us to make our comments at the podium. So I'm strongly in favor of bringing in-person back as quickly as we possibly can. And I also agree that we should provide an opportunity for people that cannot come to the city council meeting in person will have an opportunity to make their comments from their homes or their offices or wherever they happen to be. Thank you very much for the time, and I'll let you move on with your meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Norm.
And our last speaker sign up was from Pauline Baum, and I don't see her in the meeting, and I don't see any raised hands from the public. So that concludes public comment.
Thank you. So I see Mikey and then Karen and then Bruce.
First of all, Lonnie, I hope you're still there. I totally forgot to mention earlier. Next meeting is when Ted, the CEO of the CPA, will be speaking. So hopefully that answers all your questions. I'm sorry I attempted to answer them for you, but I'm definitely not the expert of experts. So we're going to bring the man in himself. It's funny, COVID's diminishing everywhere, not in my circle. Pretty much all my extended family in Malibu has COVID right now. So it's still around, folks, if you think it's not. My question is more kind of along Lonnie Gordon's question. So I'm curious to know, when we go back in, I'm in a situation where I have to be extremely careful, extra careful. We take care of a couple of people in their 90s that they just can't catch COVID. It's just too dangerous. So if the council's ready to go back before I feel that I can, I'm assuming that, as in the past, a council member could join remotely, which I've done in the past because I've been out of town, and was a real pain. So I would, even though I know it's also going to be a pain, but I don't think we really have a choice. I think we have to look at a hybrid model going forward. I think that's just where we're at. And I think it's going to be extra work and it's going to be a learning curve. But I think where the world is now, that it's a fair expectation. And I would not blame the public for being unhappy if we didn't do it. So concern on my own personal little micro situation, and I would agree with the speakers that said a hybrid made sense, even though I understand that'll create more work and more expense. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikey. Karen?
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Yes, I was going to ask what Norm brought up. I expect that the city will require proof of vaccination for anybody coming to a council meeting. We tend to go on for 6 and 7 hours. I think that's important. And I also would like to ask Steve if he would like to comment. It says here in the staff report, it is important to note that hybrid meetings would require additional staffing for running both the in-person meeting and monitoring the virtual meeting using Zoom and Prime Gov. So I just want to know, Steve, that you are, or if you are, confident that we have the capacity to supply the additional staff hours and staff members to make all of that possible.
Well, we would, that would definitely be the point of making sure that we are able to meet that before we reach that date. We would address that in the staff report, if council so directs, when we come back to council. And yes, we would address in there whether or not we would be able to, or what we would need to be able to have the necessary staff report to do that. It certainly would take us some time to figure that out. But certainly if that is council's direction, I know we could make it happen, but it would take some time.
Okay. Bruce?
First of all, we had one meeting at City Hall. It was an introduction to a close, the day we did some interviews, and we were there together on the podium. I don't remember there being plexiglass. Norm said something about it set up. Is that accurate, Steve? I haven't been in there since then.
Sorry, I'm going to ask. I think this question will be better answered by our city clerk.
Okay, whoever.
We
Kelsey?
have set up some plexiglass. I believe our maintenance team worked on that last week. So it is new and not something you would have seen before.
Okay, cool. So on hybrid meetings, I had the same question that Mikey was raising. Does hybrid mean hybrid among council as well as the residents, or does hybrid mean the council's there together on the podium and people that want to speak can either do it by Zoom or live?
Roberto Silverstein, my impression of hybrid meetings is the former. Council members are on the dais, but public can be there either in person or by Zoom.
Okay.
I don't know that the Brown Act would allow you, if you're going back in person and have made the findings to do it in person, you don't need to make findings, but you've made the decision to go back in person without complying with the usual provision for teleconferencing, which is posting the location and otherwise complying with the Brown Act for a teleconferenced council member.
That's what I thought. Thank you. So the hybrid option would mean the 5 of us would be there live, absent some specific circumstance that precludes somebody from being able to do it and having to call in, but the public will be able to either be live or on Zoom.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Well, I understand that now. I'm cool with continuing Zoom until we have further information. And the hybrid's an interesting option. I could say also, I've participated in hybrid meetings elsewhere in the past month or two. They're a very strange duck. If anyone thinks it was difficult getting used to Zoom, hybrid meetings are another thing altogether. I'm not sure how effective they are.
Thank you, Bruce.
Sure.
Steve?
Yeah, I'm going to suggest we sort of stick with the Zoom meeting. Let Steve go back, take a look at what a hybrid meeting would entail. So he's got some information regarding what kind of resources he needs to do that. And maybe bring that back to us and we can decide if that's the path we want to go or we want to wait till we're doing them all live. But we need some more information, I think, to make a good decision.
I'm sensing consensus. Is that correct? Okay. So we've told you what we want. That brings us to item 6A, which I know there are people who've been waiting for, but I would love to take a 10-minute break before we begin it. So it's currently 10:12, so I'll meet you all back here at 10:20. How's 10:22? Okay. Thank you. I see 3, 4. Is Steve Uring somewhere else on the? Steve Uring's all the way over here. I got him. Okay. I'm going to call the meeting back to order.
Mayor Grisanti, I think Councilmember Uring is still away from his computer. Did you want to start the meeting with 4 council members?
No, I don't. There he is. There he is. He was in the lower right corner on the second page. So now he's back on my first page. Okay. So that brings us to item 6A. And we're to receive an update on the Civic Center Water Treatment Facility Phase 2 project and provide direction regarding the implementation schedule. And I believe Rob DeBoe is going to give us a presentation.
Yes, good evening, Council. So tonight I'm going to give an update on Civic Center Water Treatment Facility Phase 2 project and give a little background on the project and a little bit on how the septic system prohibition came into play. So let me get into that. Back in 2009, the Regional Water Control Board approved a resolution that prohibited all the septic systems in the Civic Center area. Later on, the State Water Board approved that prohibition, which was in 2010, and that prohibition required property owners to cease operating their separate septic system and have a city-owned wastewater treatment facility constructed and have those properties actually connect into that. That prohibition had some deadlines, some quick moving deadlines for the property owners to comply with. And in 2011, the city and the regional board entered into an MOU that created a phase approach. It created three separate phases for the prohibition. Phase 1 prohibition included the commercial properties in the Civic Center and Cross Creek area and includes the Malibu Colony Plaza. Phase 2 included the condos on Civic Center Way, the Malibu Colony, and the Sarah Retreat. And Phase 3 included those properties in Sweetwater Mesa neighborhood, the Malibu Knolls neighborhood, and properties along Malibu Road. So I mentioned about the regional board's MOU, and so let me go over a couple of those deadlines for you. Phase 1 had a completion deadline for September 30th, 2018, and the city and property owners made those deadlines by completing the Phase 1 project and having all properties within Phase 1 connected before the deadline. Phase 2 has a deadline to release the bid package for construction by June 30th, 2022. A formation of the assessment district by June 30th, 2022. Begin construction by November 5th, 2022. And complete the project and have all the owners of the properties within Phase 2 connected by November 5th, 2024. Phase 3 has a implementation kind of guidelines based on the outcome of water quality testing from Phase 1 and 2. When Phase 2 is completed, a year of testing will be required, and if there is a particular reduction in bacteria and nitrogen discovered in Malibu Lagoon, then those properties that have demonstrated not to cause or contribute to those exceedances will be excluded from Phase 3. Those properties that are are still discovered or determined to be causing contributing will still be required to connect to the treatment facility in phase 3, and that deadline is November 5th, 2028. So let me go into a little bit of phase 1 project, and then go into phase 2 and see where we're at. So phase 1, like I mentioned, was completed in September 2018, and includes a wastewater treatment facility system that's called a membrane bioreactor. It's an advanced system that is used now for wastewater treatment facilities. It has a smaller footprint and is very efficient in meeting those strict water quality limits from the regional board. One other kind of benefit of having the system, it is easily expandable. So when you have additional wastewater flows, the system can be expanded to accommodate that flow. The existing wastewater that is treated at the treatment plant goes through a disinfection system or treatment, and the disinfected wastewater is then used as recycled water, and where it can be turned to replace potable water for irrigation purposes. Like I mentioned, phase 1 was designed in 2015 and was completed in 2018. All the property owners in phase 1 were connected, and a new wastewater treatment plant was constructed. 32,000 feet of pipeline was installed. There are 2 pump stations, and everything is running very well right now at the treatment plant. Phase 2 of the project design started in 2019. The project includes expanding the treatment facility to accommodate the new wastewater flow from the new properties in phase 2. The design for phase 2 is completed, and so we're happy to kind of have that milestone completed. Phase 2 is design completed, and it's estimated the project cost will be $65 million. Please note that this number may change once we get the final bids, and the actual costs could go up depending on the bids. The city also applied and received confirmation to receive a low interest state loan through the State Water Control Board's Clean Water State Revolving Fund Loan Program. This program will fund the project with a low interest rate financing to be paid back over a period of 30 years. Payment for this loan will not be due until the project is completed. A separate funding agreement from the state will be finalized in early fall of 2022 and will be provided to council. A assessment district will be formed with all the property owners of phase 2. And this assessment district will be a mechanism to repay back the low interest state loan that we received and the funding to go with that. As previously mentioned, we have a deadline to form the assessment district by June of this upcoming year. And to meet the statutory requirements to form an assessment district, the city will need to start the district formation process in April. Funding. So this staff has been working real closely with the State Water Board Finance sections regarding the city's loans and potential grants. Potential grants opportunities exist right now, and there are some very good opportunities to have to receive grants and lower the project cost. One of the grants that will be available is the $650 million state grant program for converting septic system to a centralized wastewater system. There's also the newly Federal Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act that will provide funding available for newly wastewater infrastructure projects. And lastly, staff has reached out to the state representatives and see what the potential is for using or obtaining funding from the budget surplus we have right now at the state level. One more thing about these grants. We've been working with the State Water Board to get information on these grants. When will they be available? How do we apply? Does our project qualify for these funds? And we haven't yet to kind of hear back on those guidelines. I know the state has been kind of working on those details on what are the guidelines for the $650 million septic conversion at the federal level. The state or the EPA is currently working on those guidelines for the federal infrastructure bill. And so based on our conversations with the regional board, we're not looking like any grants will be distributed until probably July or the fall of 2022, which unfortunately will happen after we form the assessment district. To date, staff is moving forward with meeting the current MOU deadlines to form the assessment district. The assessment district formation will likely be brought to City Council in April to start the process. Ballots will be mailed out to the property owners shortly after that. And the final vote for the assessment district will occur during a meeting in June. As mentioned, the assessment district will include the full cost of the project because we don't have confirmation of any grants or any other outside funding available at this point. Another factor that I wanted to bring up to council's level is, and you probably heard about this in the news for the last probably year or 2 years, is the supply chain issue. Unfortunately, the supply chain issue has caused concern with getting construction material for projects like this. I've reached out to a couple of contractors and they have indicated that getting equipment, especially for some of the things we are looking to install at the treatment plant, could take up to a year to obtain. So that's quite concerning when we have the deadlines coming up. And how can we meet these deadlines with all these constraints? So in order to accommodate the additional times to get more funding lined up and secured, and to help with the supply chain issues kind of clearing up, I'm recommending that we ask for an 8-month time extension to our current MOU deadlines. So the revised deadlines would include releasing the construction bids in October, and December 12th begin the formation of the assessment district. February 28th, 2023 will be our completion of the assessment district. March 31st, 2023, initiate the construction of phase 2. August 31st, 2025, completion of the project with all the property owners connected to the treatment plant. And I also put down June 30th, 2029 would be the 8-month extension for phase 3. Like I mentioned before, this 8-month extension will allow staff to work with the State Water Board and state representatives to obtain grants and lower the project cost so we could have a successful project moving forward. Based on this revised schedule, staff will continue to have additional public meetings, discuss the project, answer questions, and explain the assessment district formation. I'm also planning to send out additional documentation to the property owners about potential changes in the implementation plan, updates on funding available and how we're moving forward. So I'm also planning to provide the council with additional updates on how we're doing with potential grants and other funding opportunities, and hopefully we'll be successful in those ventures coming up. If council elects to proceed forward with the 8-month time extension, staff will prepare a request to the regional board for that extension. As an alternative, council may elect to proceed forward with the project under the current MOU deadlines. This alternative will require the formation of an assessment district based on the full project cost of $65 million and without any grants. And with that, I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Rob. I believe we do. Do we have any members of the public who wish to address us, Kelsey?
Yes, we have 5 speaker signups, and then I'm seeing some raised hands after that. Our first speaker will be Yusuf Rachwala, followed by Don Schmitz, Jeff Bullert, and Marissa Coughlin. I don't actually see Yusuf in the meeting, so we'll start with Don Schmitz.
Hi, Don, are you available?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you very much. Hour grows late. I'll keep it brief. I want to thank Rob for his presentation. What was of particular importance to me to hear was that there's going to be additional public meetings. We're sensitive to the concepts of the supply chain constraints and also making sure that we're being smart in regards to getting grant money. But I would urge the council to provide direction to staff to take a page from the effort that the city did on phase 1. That was a Herculean effort. And what was really laudable about it, and I think spoke towards its success, was the involvement of the community. And under the direction of the city manager at that time, Jim Thorson, we had regular meetings, like every 2 months, and everybody was there. The community of Malibu Knolls, Sarah Retreat, the Colony, HRL, the condominium complexes, and of course, the commercial property owners. And there was a lot of ground to cover. Now, Rob DuBois is very, very competent. He's taking care of all the Department of Public Works issues within the city. And there's a lot of different questions, and there's a lot of moving parts. And so there's folks which have questions and inquiries on a regular basis as things change. And so my plea to the council tonight would be certainly listen to your staff as it pertains to what they are stating as their needs for additional time. But I do think that we need to up our game a little bit in regards to going back towards those regular community meetings. Again, every 2 months at a minimum. I also readily acknowledge that COVID sort of took the wind out of all of our sails in regards to those sorts of things. But it's time for us to shake off that malaise and really pull the community together. You know, it was no mean feat that the city managed to obtain the buyout from the community for phase 1 to deal with the moratorium and the prohibition from the Regional Water Quality Control Board. I don't think we should be at all lackadaisical in our efforts in that regard, seeing as we're dealing with now residential neighborhoods like the condominium complexes, like Sarah Retreat, like the Colony area. So as we get closer to that finish line with the steady hand of Rob in regards to the technical aspects, I think it would be very appropriate if this council would improve the community outreach and direct staff to start convening regular community meetings. So thank you for your time, and I'm available for any questions or comments that you may have.
Thank you, Don.
Our next speaker is Jeff Bullert, followed by Marissa Coughlin and Ryan Embry.
Hi, Jeff, are you ready?
Hi, can you hear me now?
We've got you.
Oh, good. Thanks, Mayor Grisanti and City Council. My name is Jeff Follert, and I live on Palm Canyon Lane, which is located in the Sarah Canyon neighborhood within the proposed Phase 2 assessment district. But I speak to you today as an individual property owner. I also happen to be on the board of the Property Owners Association, but I'm speaking to you today as an individual. First of all, I want to emphatically thank and support Rob DeBoe's recommendation for additional time to pursue grant funding for this project. Sarah Canyon is a neighborhood of residential properties, as I think you know, with the noted exception of the Sarah Retreat Center. And I want to focus a little bit on the costs here for a minute. Right now, individual phase 2 projected assessment and project costs in Sarah Canyon are just enormous. For example, I live in a 5-bedroom home, and our projected assessment is $350,000, plus the connection cost, plus ongoing monthly service, maintenance, and capital costs. Sarah Retreat, the historic Franciscan Retreat Center, whose mission is to assist the underserved and less fortunate population at large, received an assessment estimate of, are you sitting down? $3.5 million. Our conversations with the local retreat staff and regional offices indicate that this cost is impossible to meet and may be an existential blow to this Malibu treasure. The cost of the proposed project is the most significant barrier. Phase 2 is currently estimated at $65 million. My guess is that this is likely to increase. Numerous grant funds are available. However, there are significant timing constraints that Rob outlined. I encourage the City Council to propose an extension of time for compliance with the current MOU guidelines in order to pursue meaningful grant funding for this project. And I echo Don Schmidt's comments to increase the amount of conversation with the stakeholders in the phase 2 project. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Our next speaker is Marissa Coughlin, followed by Ryan Embry.
Hi, Marissa, are you available?
Yes, sorry, I'm muted twice.
We hear you.
Yes, thank you. I represent the Malibu Colony Association, and Rob and I have had numerous discussions, and I want to compliment Public Works and Yolanda and Troy, and our consultants, Woodward and Kern, are really wonderful. I think they've been doing a great job. But the association, there's been some confusion about protocols, and that's what I want to discuss. As representing the association, I represent over 100 property owners. And through some of the disclosures and required mailings for the construction, some of the owners didn't get them. And when I talked to Public Works, they said that they had a list they took from, turned out it was the assessor list. And some of the things on the assessor list are not correct because it doesn't speak necessarily to management, but it speaks to ownership. And as you know, many people in the colony are represented by attorneys or business managers or agents and stuff, and they're not getting the information. I've asked Rob a couple of times for copies of what he's sending out, even if he puts sample on it, because they approach me when I'm in there working and they say, what does it look like? What is it? And there seems to be some reticence about doing that. I'm not obviously going to sign for any document for any property owner, but I am obligated when they ask me to see something and I can't get it. I think I should be allowed to have a copy, even if it says copy on it, of what they want. Rob would like them to call him directly or email him, but that also, they don't want that because that also takes me out of the master list that we're trying to set up protocols on for the construction of the lateral pipelines and other stuff. So that's one issue. The second issue is the funding. That gentleman from Sarah Retreat made some good points. I know that our bond rating is down, and I'd like to see some other information regarding that, as I'm being asked about that as well. Let me see, there's one other point. I'm trying to cut it short because the meeting was so long. Okay, as far as the addition, one of the big concerns was the claiming of the number of bedrooms you have. For instance, if you currently have an unimproved property or tennis court, and one elderly couple in their 90s wants to leave one developed house to one son and the vacant lot to another, and they don't know what to do, you need to know. Robin indicated that there was a deadline for that. It was supposed to be mid-February, but they're reticent because nothing's getting to them and nothing's coming through me to them. So we need to clarify that and work a schedule out on that. But they want to know when they're going to have to pay for whatever number of bedrooms they claim in case they want to do an addition or a remodel and reconfigure their home to make sure that there's enough capacity in the new modular system to handle whatever development the zoning code allows them to do on their parcel. Was that fast enough?
Pretty good. Thank you, Marissa.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Ryan Embry.
Hi, Ryan. Are you available?
Good evening. Yes. The cost of the proposed assessments, I believe, is underpriced for to diminish the shock value. It's clear, and Malibu has a history of, even when the county was proposing things, of the cost of projects doubling and tripling, as did the city's own sewage treatment plant. So projected costs are a really big deal. And we need to go full circle as to see whose problem are we solving here. This is stuff coming down Malibu Creek that's been causing algae blooms in the lagoon. It's not necessarily all from Malibu. And we're going through Herculean efforts to sterilize, well, or near sterilize our own water, thinking we're going to have a massive improvement in the lagoon. And I think it's pretty clear that's never going to happen. That the rocks hold the algae and the bacteria and the contaminants so long that it's going to be dozens of years before there would be any improvement, even if we all just evacuated the Civic Center and nobody ever flushed again. So we have to be cognizant that some of the goals and the concepts and the ideology was absurd to begin with. Now, we got roped into this, however, is because the classification of the water basin is incorrect. It is not a potential drinking water source. It is far too salty, and it needs to be reclassified or actually properly classified. The second is I want to speak to the condominiums, the 23901 Civic Center Way, and that's part of the 4 multifamily property package treatment plant, which has half its service life remaining. That's based on track record of how long it's operated previously since it was rebuilt. And other people have opined, even at our own city, that, oh no, that thing's gonna implode tomorrow. Well, it's not. There's also a land value component that goes along with that. And there needs to be a decommissioning credit. That thing is worth about 10 or $15 million. And if we're going to be expected to vote and join your price no object sewage treatment plant across the street and try and do a hostile takeover of our existing assessment district, at the time that we're applying for a permit to decommission and clarify the regulations, I think you definitely need more than 8 months. You probably need a year. But as it is now, an aggregate total, this constitutes a partial taking of our properties. There's nearly 200 of the most affordable housing in Malibu that's affected by this, and we're not contributing, and the reports indicate that we never really did contribute anything to the problem in the beginning. And we have a facility that's working. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan.
And looking now at the raised hands, our next speaker will be Joe Drummond.
Hi, Joe. Are you available?
Hi, yes. Just partially speaking to what Ryan was talking to, I'm wondering about the water quality sampling program that was supposed to be completed after phase 1 and then after phase 2. The purpose of the water quality sampling program was that it would be designed and implemented to determine whether the implementation of phase 1 or 2 have resulted in a meaningful decrease in bacteria and nitrogen in Malibu Lagoon. As follows: bacteria reduction. Within 2 years after phase 1 is completed, there should be 1 log reduction in bacteria measured as most probable number on a consistent basis, 75% of samples. And within 1 year after phase 2 is completed, there should be further 1 log reduction in bacteria. Sampling should include a minimum of 6 locations within the lagoon as agreed upon by the city and Los Angeles Water Board, and include 2 dry seasons. Baseline sampling data shall be collected for 12 months prior to completion of the treatment system. And 2, nitrogen reduction within 2 years after phase 1 is completed, there should be a 50% reduction in total nitrogen concentration on a consistent basis, 75% of samples. And within 1 year after phase 2 is completed, there should be further 50% reduction in total nitrogen concentration. Sampling should include a minimum of 6 locations, blah, blah, blah. And so I'm just wondering, have these tests been completed and what are the results? And I mean, is the lagoon still being affected like Ryan is saying? That's what I'm wondering. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. Good questions.
And our next speaker will be Reynard.
Okay, are you available, Reynard?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Yes, my name is Reynard Noor. I'm also a resident in the Sarah Retreat neighborhood. I've been an active participant with this issue for several years now. And one of the things that's come up is a question a couple times, and I'll bring it up again. Again, I wanted also to thank Rob's council agenda report, which is quite comprehensive and takes a very big issue and distills it down into something a little more comprehensible, which is nice. But there are two big issues here, and one of them is with regard to the assessment district. A lot of the premise for the funding and so forth is based upon the establishment of an assessment district that is to be voted on by the residents in the phase 2 area. And in every case, in all of the descriptions and discussions that are in that special report are assuming that the special district is formed. My question is going to be, what happens if it's not? Because I know there's a lot of resistance to this project amongst a lot of the residents, on the primary basis of cost. And given that the residents haven't really been given many numbers to work with, Mr. Fowler brought something up earlier, and that's but 1 or 2 cases, including the retreat, of just the enormous cost that many of the residents will be bearing. But what will happen if that assessment district is not formed? And then secondly, another impediment would be the issue with regard to easements. Also, too, in his report, he brings up that there are a total of 36 easements that are required in order to work the pipelines through the phase 2 area. And, if only 8 of those have already been given to the city, which leaves about 28 more, the bulk of them have not been given to the city. What is going to happen again if a fraction of those are given? So the question is then, where does the city go to that? Is it going to be more or less a taking of property at that point, eminent domain, as this has been discussed in the past, or what are the things that happen at this point in time? And again, too, these types of things, if they don't occur, this will certainly throw some sand into the gears of the MOU schedule that was presented. So yeah, I'd like to see what kind of issues and are going to come up with these 2 items I just discussed. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor, I've been checking, but I still don't see Yusuf Brachwala in the meeting, and I don't have any other raised hands from the public. So that concludes public comment for this item.
Okay, I see Mikey's hand is up.
Actually, before I make comments, I'd like to ask if Rob wants to address some of the speakers' issues, because I think some of them are probably good time to address them, such as Reinhardt's issues about what if the district's not formed, what about the easements, Joe's questions on the test, etc.
Hold on, I'm writing, making sure I got everything, because so let's go to the assessment district. Keep in mind that assessment district is a mechanism for repayment of any loans that are used to fund this project. And so voting against it, or if the assessment district fails, then what will happen is that we don't have a mechanism moving forward to repay back that low interest loan, which is kind of a requirement to make sure we have that in place. Secondly, it is, if we miss that deadline with the MOU, it is likely the project will not be completed on time, and those property owners will not be connected based on the deadlines that is stipulated in the MOU. And if the property owners don't get connected by the MOU deadlines, the regional board can fine all those properties up to $10,000 per day. So that's what happens if the assessment district fails. And that's the reason that I think it's very important that we do our best effort moving forward to try to obtain grants and try to lower this project cost, so the assessment district and the assessments on each property is less, and it's a less burden for these properties. I mean, you heard the amount that's on for the Sarah retreat. You know, it'd be great. I'm also trying to work with them to try to find some type of grant opportunities for them to kind of participate and make sure they're well covered for and whatnot. But it would just, the additional time will allow me to kind of help facilitate and try to get those things lined out prior to the formation of the assessment district. I've heard it over and over from several property owners that this price is really high and it's quite concerning to them. And with the help of these grants, that will help ease that tension and make this project a little more palatable to the community.
Doesn't the assessment district need to be formed in order to be eligible for the grants?
Eligible for the grants? Probably not.
Okay.
Probably not. Easements. Yeah, there's quite a handful of easements. Majority of them are in the Sarah neighborhood. We've been working really closely with those neighbors and been in communication with the majority of them and have a good, I think we have a pretty good kind of feeling that we'll get the majority of these easements in place. If there is ever a problem of getting easements with the current or the proposed deadline extension, I will bring those issues to the council to get further direction on what we want to do, since we can't get those easements or their failure to kind of get those easements. So I'm hopeful that that we will have a majority of those easements in place very soon, and we'll continue to work on getting those easements. And like I said, bring those issues up to council's level. Testing. Yes, we continue to do groundwater testing to determine the effectiveness of phase one. But unfortunately, the first couple of years of service for the treatment plant have been very low flow. Keep in mind that we completed this in September 2018. Shortly after, we had the Woolsey fire, and that caused flows to drop in the Civic Center drastically. 2019 or 20, I should say, which we had COVID, which definitely we had the stay-at-home order and everything, and that really reduced our wastewater flow going to the treatment plant. And so the initial testing results we got back from that didn't show any significant change because of our low flow. But I'm hoping in the next couple of years, this year, we'll see some positive results coming out of that. So we continue to do that. It's part of the MOU. We're required to do this testing and report back to the regional board on that. Okay, let me kind of just state a little bit more about public meetings. Yeah, that's my next step and into this process is to conduct more public meetings. Previously, we've done meetings up to a certain point, and then I haven't had any news as to funding, if we were going to get grants or not, and so I haven't had that opportunity to kind of get to the point to where I had really good news to the public or what we can do for the next step. I figured this meeting and bringing council up to speed on where we are and listen to the issues we have and the potential expansion of the deadlines will kind of give me a really good stepping stone to kind of portray out for what we have to do, which is a lot of outreach, a lot of talking to the public, let them know what's the next step, let them know about their assessments, how it's calculated, let them know what they need to do to connect their house to the wastewater line. Let them know about how is construction going to happen, what are the impacts, what are the hours, who they contact. All of those are really good things that I'm really excited to kind of get going and started on there. I just want to have something to make sure that we have a clear path moving forward and direction on getting there. And that's why I'm here tonight, to kind of get that from council.
Thank you. And we've talked enough about this and met enough that I fully support the extension. It seems absolutely needed at this point. So for a variety of reasons. So thank you, Rob.
Was that a motion, Mikey?
Sure. I'll make that a motion that someone can second if they like. That would be great.
I'll second it, and then we'll have discussion. Steve?
Yeah, I'm going to vote to for the extension. I think it's a good idea, and I think it's probably going to be helpful. Also, helping you get some of the easements that are sitting out there. The additional time is not going to hurt you based upon some of the conversations I got out of Sarah Canyon there. A couple of things. There was a couple, at least one house, maybe two in Sarah Canyon that are not in the city. Are they also included in this assessment?
Yeah, very good point. And there's approximately 18 parcels with that are outside the city limits that are included into the phase 2 prohibition. And thanks for bringing that up. I meant to bring that up in our presentation, but the council, the county needed consent to those parcels be included in the assessment district. And earlier this month, the county did have an item to their board of supervisors to approve that. And so, yeah, those 18 properties will be included in phase 2.
Okay. Yeah, and I had also heard that some of the testing was turning up basically no results in terms of cleaner water or anything like that. Do you anticipate between now and the time your extended dates we're trying to get to, that there'll be enough discharge to really determine if we're really making something better? I mean, look, we spent $250 million, and so far what it's got us is additional development in the Civic Center. And I mean, not your fault. That's just what it is. So I'm just wondering, do you think the additional discharge between now and the time you're going to put an assessment district together will give you enough discharge to really see if we're getting any kind of improvement? Or is this, and the reason I'm going there, okay, is, look, I don't know what was 10 years ago, however long, that the regional water quality, the regional board came up with this butterfly thing and said everybody's got to, connect up, I walked through Sarah Canyon. Well, a couple things. I know after the phase 1 was done, a lot of people in Sarah Canyon tested their wells and found out their wells had no problem whatsoever. I mean, I know that there are properties in the back end of Sarah Canyon that if I pee in them today, I'll be dead twice over before that hits anything, water, the creek, or any place in between. So I'm just wondering if we don't see some improvement in the bacteria in the lagoon, is it worth going back to regional water quality and saying, look, guys, you know, we probably need a sewer in Malibu Colony, right? Because that's on the beach. And, you know, you walk through there on the 4th of July and there's sewage coming down the road. So getting that on board is a good idea. But is Sarah, do we still believe there's a need to put Sarah Canyon in there? You know, I sat through all of the meetings that Regional Water had up at Hughes Lab when they were first doing that thing. And we kept asking her, have you tested any septic systems? I can't remember them ever raising their hands that I tested a septic system. What they tested was the pollution at the mouth of the creek, right? They never, so I'm just wondering if it's worth going back to Regional Water and saying, okay, guys, you know, it's 8-10 years later, whatever it is, a lot of things have changed. We've learned a little about what's going on. I mean, do we still believe that the model that we've put together to try and clean up the creek is really going to give us something? I mean, all they can tell us is no, right? I mean, I've been, you know, but I'm just think about that. I mean, I think there may be, unless we can see an improvement, there may be a reason to go back to them and say, we have to rethink this thing. They may not want to do it, but I think it's maybe worth the effort. Paul, back to you.
Like Steve, I went to all those meetings, and I also went to Sacramento to testify in front of the State Water Resources Board. And the question we kept asking was, even if we do everything you want us to do, what are we going to do about the birds? Because the birds are the source of nearly all of the nitrogen in the lagoon. And I don't believe we have any option but to go forward.
Always got an option, Paul. You've always got an option.
Well,
it ain't over till it's over.
Regional water qualities and the State Water Resources Board's stand has always been, if you don't do it, we're going to start fining you on a daily basis until, you know, they're going to crush us.
Well, I don't mean to interrupt you, but you know,
you just did.
I know, but and for a reason, because I think you got to ask. You can't just assume that whatever they said 10 years ago still flies today. I just think we owe the residents a visit that says, look, we've done what you wanted us to do. We're not getting any results that demonstrate we're getting any kind of improvement. And now we're going to impose a chunk of money on a bunch of residents that right now we have no proof they're doing anything to pollute. So that's just, for my money, I'd go back and talk to them.
Yours? Heard to talk. I like that idea too. So I'm going to support the extension. I just want to make sure there's no downside to it, that we're not prejudicing anybody. We're not exposing people to fines. This is just something that just buys more time. Is that accurate?
No, it's if I get that direction, my next step is to draft a letter and a formal request over the regional board for this extension. And then they would have to grant the extension. But I've already planted the seed on them that we're looking to do this. I've talked to,
I got it.
I laid it out already. This is not a surprise to them. I kind of let them know the issues and everything that kind of going on. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So just general comments, $10,000 a day. This is, again, another example of what I was talking about before. Why don't we do that? Because, you know, we just $100. You didn't do what you're supposed to do. You have $1 million of extra property there, but you got to pay us $100, maybe $250, and that'll fix it all. So we should be doing that too. $10,000 a day for every day that your property was misconstructed and you refused to fix it. The costs, every time I hear about it, the costs to the property owners are astronomical and absurd. They truly are. So I super favor any grant funding we can find. My question about grant funding is this. Phase one, if I understand correctly, is already done. The people there have paid what they've paid. If we get grants now, are we going to somehow retroactively prorate the costs of phase one? Or are we just getting grants for phase two? And there may or may not be a phase three. If we get grants now, are they going to apply later, or are they just for phase two?
So good question. It's for phase two.
So why wouldn't we find a way to structure the city getting grants that favors all residents pro rata that have incurred costs and may incur costs from the same system?
Good question. I don't know how that would work at the state level, but I can ask that question to see if, yeah, let me see. I will look into that. That's a good question. Yeah, that's a good question.
Okay, I just think that my view is we should be doing everything within our power if we're able to get money to make sure that that money benefits the residents equally, not just ones that happen to be in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, keep in mind that we did get a $9 million grant for phase one. And so
that should benefit phase two also then.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Those are my comments.
We've got a first and a second. So I'm going to, well, I see Mikey's hand, so I won't call a question yet.
Just a brief kind of philosophical statement. I adamantly don't believe we should ever try and fine our homeowners, our businesses, $10,000 a day. I think to legitimize what the state is doing is a horrifying idea. I think we should fight them to the death on what they're trying to do to some of our residents. So it's just a philosophical thing. I get what you're saying, Bruce. I'm not trying to go after you. Just philosophically, I think it's massive overreach by the government. And I think it's horrifying. And I'm much more interested in that than seeing our residents end up in that situation here. So that's it. Sorry.
Steve?
Yeah, Mikey, it's going to be interesting. So let's assume you got 100 people in Cerro Canyon and 50 of them vote for 49 of them vote for the assessment district, 51 vote against it. So the assessment district fails. Are they going to go back and find the guys who voted for it, $10,000 a day? That'll be an interesting process. We'll see how that works out. Two final questions for Rob. One, I got a call in the phase one. Somebody said that the city loaned the assessment district money. Does that ring a bell with you at all?
Oh, I think the city, I think the city paid for the increase of size to accommodate for phase two. So phase one, let's say there's a pipe is 8-inch. But phase two, when it connects in, it's 12-inch. And so I think the city paid for that difference. And when phase two comes on, the city will be reimbursed for that.
Reimbursed for that. Okay, last question. Yusuf, I guess his name is, probably a guy you know. Okay, Rob, lives on the corner of Harbor Vista. He's trying to build a house, and he's been desperately trying to figure out if he can figure out some way to get hooked up to phase two. And he's been talking to some guy named Jim Kang at Regional Water Quality.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And Jim is telling him, oh yeah, look, what you should do, tell the city they should put the cutoff valve up at the end of Harbor Vista, which will allow you to get in. So I don't know if you've talked to this guy recently, if there's any chance he can get in phase two, because he hasn't built his house yet. So I realize you're busy, but if you get a chance, could have a conversation with him just to let him know where he might stand in this process, I think that would be very helpful.
So let me just kind of backtrack a little bit more years. Let me get in my time machine and go back to maybe 2019, maybe. There was right before we started designing the project, we had a number of people in phase three who wanted to be in phase two. And then also people who were in phase one were seeking additional wastewater allocations, and then people outside of any prohibition wanted to come in. And there was an application process for that where people can ask the council if they wanted to be switched in. At the time, council elected not to change any of the property owners from phase 3 to phase 2, and didn't add any more than was already in phase 3. So if council wants to revisit that again, do soon. So,
and you're correct, except for the fact that Hughes Lab was in phase
except for
3.
Hughes Lab. Yeah.
Okay, and so the game said if you got the money, you can get in phase 2.
Right. True. But there you go. Yeah.
All right.
So can it be possible for that property? I think there's some ways, and I talked to Joseph about different ways that he can do it. It's in order to include them in phase 2, I would need direction from council.
Okay, let me see what we can do. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Steve. I see Ruthie's hand. Did you find a whole bunch of money for us just now?
Rob's been pounding most of the pavement on finding those resources, and he's doing a great job. And I do think I'm supportive of the recommendation. I did want to just make a quick comment. I know it's late. There was a speaker, and I'm sorry I didn't jot down her name, who mentioned that the city's credit rating had decreased recently, and that is not the case. In fact, I just went out to both the major sites and double checked that our ratings are affirmed AAA for the city's long-term overall. And this particular, the bonds associated with this phase 1, the project, were AA+, which is very typical, but those ratings have not changed.
Thank you, Ruthie.
Thank you, Ruthie, yes.
Bruce, you're up.
Yeah, and I'll add my thanks too, because that's what I had thought too. I was really surprised to hear that comment. I should say, Rob, I remember that meeting, and I remember that the community was like very much against changing this, expanding this project in any way that it wasn't already designed. So, I'm not going to weigh in one way or the other on Yusuf's request because he lives within 500 feet of my home. But I do remember that the community was very much up in arms about the prospect of making changes. So people should remember that or understand that.
Well, I still have a motion and a second. May I have the roll called?
Councilmember Pearson,
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti,
Yes.
Councilmember Farrer,
Yes.
Councilmember Euring,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein.
Yes.
Motion carries.
I believe that takes us to item 7A.
I think we're on 6B.
We're on 6B. You're correct.
I think if we skip 6B, we might have some.
We'd have some serious problems. Who's going to give us our report?
I'll take care of that.
John?
I will take care of that. Mayor, members of the council, good evening. This item before you is a request to approve the First Amendment to Mr. McClary's interim city manager services agreement. He has been serving as your interim city manager, I said city attorney, interim city manager since May of 2021. He was initially hired on a short-term basis and was provided with a standard interim city manager's agreement. It had a base salary of $14,580, some other perks, but it did not include any leave and it did not include any retirement benefits. Mr. McClary has now been here almost 10 months, and the council's search for a replacement for Ms. Feldman is still ongoing. So in an effort to reward Mr. McClary for his service up to date and to give him the ability to take a vacation and provide him some other perks, the council ad hoc committee negotiated with my help the current interim city manager's agreement that's before you tonight. It has some distinct differences from the original agreement. It has a rolling 3-month term where after every month of service, another month will be added. It has an increase in base salary to $19,296 per month. And it also has a potential bonus of 20,000 plus 5,000 per month beyond the fourth month as an incentive to remain with the interim city manager's position. It also provides Mr. McClary with vacation, sick, and administrative time, retirement, medical, and disability insurance. And it continues to have the provision that relates to termination, and it gives the council the ability to terminate the agreement at its discretion. I'm happy to answer any questions about the agreement. One point I would note is when we met as an ad hoc committee on, I think it was last Friday, Mr. McClary requested, because he has not yet taken a vacation in his time as interim city manager, he asked that his leave bank be credited with 40 hours of vacation at the signing of the agreement. The ad hoc committee was supportive of that, but it's for the council, it's before the full council for their consideration of that provision. Beyond that, I'm happy to answer any questions, but I think that about covers it.
Okay, I don't see any hands raised, but would anyone like to make a motion? Steve, Euring.
We sure nobody submitted a request?
Oh, I'm sorry. Are there any members of the public?
No, you don't have any speaker signups for this item.
Thank you very much. Mr. Euring.
I would like to make a motion, but and I'd like to thank Mr. McClary, because after the 3-ring circus we ran at our last city council meeting, I'm surprised anybody wants to be our city manager, but thank you very, very much. I'll make a motion to approve that and approve the vacation item that John brought up.
Very good. Thank you, Steve. Mikey, you're next.
Well, I'll second Steve's motion for the exact same reason. You've come in at a difficult time. I'm super appreciative of you, as I've told you. I think you've really hung in there in a very tough situation that was not of your making at all. And really like working with you. Impressed. I'm glad the ad hoc committee has taken these steps that the council discussed. I think you deserve it. And I really appreciate you helping us as we move through this difficult period, and appreciate it very much, Steve.
Thank you, Mikey. Bruce?
I'll third the motion. I just want to make a point, a note, and it's probably obvious, but just to be super clear, the staff report states in order to reward Mr. McClary for his performance to date and incentivize him to remain with the city, the council approved an amended agreement. Just want to make clear that the council did not approve anything. We're obviously doing that if we vote together to do that now. All that happened, I think, has been explained, is that we talked about parameters. We didn't vote on anything or take any action, as John has repeatedly reported to the public after closed session meetings. The ad hoc committee discussed this with Steve, and now tonight the full council is acting on this for the first time. So I just think that the public record should be very clear that we did not approve anything prior to this meeting. I'll also say the search for a permanent city manager, and by the way, there's been no final decision made either that Steve will not end up being the permanent city manager. That still remains to be determined at a future time. But the process has been awkward. I mean, I come from private sector. This is my first stint in government, and things move really slow, glacially in government. I mean, we had some problems with the recruiter that we hired. They should have been dealt with much faster. I was even on the committee, and it just was not done. I'm going to take some responsibility for that, but we need to get our act together better and not just meet every now and then to get an important thing done. We need to be on that with urgency, and we haven't been. And I think we shouldn't be where we are right now. We should have made a final decision by now, but we are where we are. But I don't think the problem is dysfunction, as has been said from time to time. I think the problem is government, and we're just not moving the way we ought to be moving.
Thank you, Bruce. Karen?
Steve, I just want to add my thanks. I know it's been a challenging time in many ways, and I appreciate your perseverance, your patience, your good humor, your thoughtfulness to a huge variety of issues. I just want to say thank you very much.
I would like to thank you as well, Steve. And I think we can best thank you by calling the question right now.
Councilmember Euring. Councilmember Pearson.
Yes.
Councilmember Farrer.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein.
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Drinks are on you, Steve.
Ask a quick question. Did we issue the press release yet?
It should have gone out. It was given to Matt earlier this week. My
Okay.
understanding is it's gone out, Councilperson.
I hadn't seen it. Thank you.
I'll confirm tomorrow.
Okay. That brings us to item 7A, appointments to the Public Safety Committee and the Malibu Public Facilities Authority.
Steve's hand.
Oh, Steve, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you.
I didn't want to give you a chance to refuse.
That's okay. I just wanted to thank the council for the continued opportunity. I look forward to continuing to pursue the city's goals with the community and the staff and the city council. So thank you. And with that, I'm happy to transition into the next item if you're ready to go forward, Mr. Mayor.
I'm so ready to go forward.
Okay. So what we're looking for tonight is appointments to the Public Safety Subcommittee and also the Malibu Public Facilities Authority. We are making a recommendation here so that we don't run into any Brown Act entanglements, that this is just staff's recommendation that whoever you appoint, that it be the same two council members. We're not suggesting that it needs to necessarily be the same two council members that are appointed right now. So whatever preference the council chooses to go there in terms of its appointment, but for this reason stated in the staff report, we do recommend that whoever the council selects of its choosing, that you appoint the same two members to both the Public Safety Committee and the Malibu Public Facilities Authority.
And who are the current occupants of those positions?
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. So those appointments were made in, I believe it was January of 2021. And for the Malibu Public Facilities Authority, that is currently the mayor and mayor pro tem. So that is Mayor Grisanti and Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein. And the Public Safety Committee, that is currently vacant. So we have nobody on that right now.
Okay.
Might have a hand up. I'd like to make a motion to appoint.
Mayor Grisanti.
Yes.
Before that, I would just like to confirm you don't have any speaker signups for this item, so you can continue with your discussion.
I love you that when you answer the question before I ask it, because I sometimes forget to ask it. Mikey, you're on.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to nominate the mayor and the mayor pro tem to both the Public Safety Subcommittee and the Malibu Public Facilities Authority.
I'll second that.
Okay.
And Councilmember Pearson, if I could clarify, are you appointing the mayor and the mayor pro tem those positions?
Yes.
The positions. So if the mayorship would change, the appointments would change.
Right.
Oh, wow. That's a great question. That probably, I guess, makes sense. I would think. Yeah, sure. I guess that's my motion.
Okay. Steve, are you still satisfied with your second?
Yes, I am.
Karen.
You're muted, Karen.
Sorry, I'll wait for the vote. Thank you.
Bruce?
Yeah, I'll be happy to do it. And it was my understanding that when I don't remember being appointed to the other committee. I remember learning that I was on it because I was the mayor pro tem. So I think that Mikey's proposal that it be the positions is already the way it is with respect to the Public Facilities Authority. I could be wrong, but that's I once asked, like, well, how did I become a member of this? They said, well, when you,
I think you're right, because I was on that at one point, so I think it must have rotated.
so
You
it
are
makes sense.
correct.
Thank you. So I think that makes a lot of sense to do it by position, not by individual.
Okay. And I look forward to working with you on both those committees. So
Subject to the vote.
subject to the vote. So we have a motion and a second. Will you please take the roll for us, Kelsey?
Councilmember Pearson,
Yes.
Councilmember Euring,
Yes.
Councilmember Fair,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein,
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti,
Yes.
motion carries.
Okay. We are now at the point where I get to ask to move to adjourn the meeting in the memory of Carly Rudkin.
So moved.
Second it.
Okay. Will you take the roll, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Silverstein,
Yes.
Councilmember Pearson,
Yes.
Councilmember Fair,
Yes.
Councilmember Euring,
Yes.
Mayor Grisanti,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you all for your patience this evening.
Adios.
Good night,
Good night.
everybody.
Thank you all.